Fatality.
Thank you.
I like turtles.
Utahraptor was the most dangerous dinosaur around.
We come to this place for science. We come to paleontologizing streams to laugh, to cry, to show up late and then ask what today's topic is even though it's right there in the title. Because we need that. All of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the surf rock starts, and we learn something we've never known before. Not just entertained but somehow infotained, together. Baffling images on a tiny computer screen. Sound that I can feel.
Dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it.
Genus names I can mispronounce.
Purdue.
Somehow, extinction feels good in a place like this. Our common ancestors feel like the best part of us. And dinosaurs feel like they're still around. Because here, they are. Paleontologizing streams, we make fossils less dead.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Monday, I guess. It's Monday, April 13th, 2026, and it happens to be Plant Appreciation Day today. I'm not sure how much of a real thing this really is, but it's an excellent excuse to talk about plants, which is something we don't do enough of on this channel. I'm acutely aware of that. As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are mostly what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I present on at scientific conferences, what I talk about here on stream, what I dig up during the summers. Did I mention that already? Anyway, dinosaurs are a big part of my focus, but paleontology very obviously is more than just dinosaurs. It's the study of the history of life on Earth through the fossil record, and plants are a huge part of that. Life as we know it could not exist on Earth without plants. We'll be talking a lot about that today, and I hope you walk away from this stream with a newfound appreciation for everything herbaceous upon our globe and the rich fossil history of that big branch of the tree of life.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Maiko Taiko, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. All that being said, I'm not a paleobotanist. I'm not a botanist. I don't know as much as I should about plants. There are people here in the chat right now who will know more about plants than I do. That being said, I think everybody's going to learn something today, including me. So I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. The whole point of these streams is to try and give you an inside peek into how fossil science works, you know? As a paleontologist, I've been lucky enough to be able to pursue my dreams. I knew from the time that I was a very little kid that I wanted to be a paleontologist. I wanted to work on dinosaurs. I get to do that now, and I'm incredibly grateful because... Oh, come on, sweetie pie. Okay. Pushing the camera around. Anyway, I've been incredibly fortunate to be able to actually follow my dreams, and it sounds corny to say that, but like, it's a big deal, and I'm also offered the opportunity to share that with everybody. So I'm here to do that. Through live broadcasts from here in my office, to fieldwork live streams like we'll be doing in about a month and a half now. We'll be out in Wyoming digging up dinosaurs and fossil plants, live on camera. The whole point of these streams is to give you an inside peek into how fossil science really works, you know? This isn't some pre-recorded, well, you could be watching this on YouTube later, in which case I guess it would be pre-recorded. But it's unscripted. This is the real deal. Whether we're here in the office or out in the field or interviewing other paleontologists in person or remotely, whether we're going over new scientific papers or doing lots of Q&A, the whole point is to give you an inside peek into what fossil science is all about, why it's important, how it works, and how you can get involved with it. I'm glad you're here. And I mentioned Q&A. Please don't be hesitant with any questions that you might have, because that's kind of the bread and butter of these streams, is Q&A. This magnificent Twitch platform allows for live interaction. Don't be shy with those questions. I'll do my best to answer them for you and walk you through how we learn things in fossil science. How do we use evidence to figure out the history of life on Earth, tell this story? That's what it's all about here. So welcome, welcome. Yeah. Anywho, let's see who's here in the chat. Say hello to everybody real quick. And I see folks are already using a new emote. I slapped that together over the weekend because we needed it. People have been telling me. So we got that. I see, who was it? Claire Burr and Fall Machine and Kodali right at the beginning of the stream. Hello to you three. Claire, I hope you had an excellent weekend. It's good to see you as always. Jazzy Cat, what shaken Pate B is excited about Plant Appreciation Day, as am I. Go for Fluffernut, thank you for the 34 months of support. Really appreciate that. And Sweetie Pie here does too. And Level 2 Creature says, love a plant day. Well, you're going to have a good one today, Level 2 Creature. I'm glad you're here. I am Morvash. What's shaking? Incognito. How are you doing? Hello. Lenina. Good afternoon to you too. I hope you're having a good one, Lenina. It's good to see you as always. Urgle Wurgle. What's shaking with you? Hope you're having a good day as well. Let's see. Scrolling. Charlie's Dragon. How are you doing? One of our loyal, stalwart, and beloved moderators. I hope you're doing well, Charlie's Dragon. Petrodactylus. Luck and Metazoo is abysmal today. We might do Metaflora today, too. And in which case, you'll all get to see a paleontologist be very embarrassed about his lack of botanical phylogenetic know-how. But yeah. And, I haven't seen Matt M33 either. I hope he's doing okay. Matt, if you're watching, you're doing well. Thinking about you. Slick Toxic. Howdy.
From prehistoric time.
And 1 hour photo. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're gonna have, about 4.5 hours of discussion of fossil plants and how they fit into the history of life on Earth, how they influence dinosaur evolution and our own evolution as mammals too. It's gonna be a good stream. Glad you're here. 1 hour photo. Thanks for following. But yeah, hey, Petrodactylus, what's shaking with you? Hello. Did I say hello to you yet, Petrodactylus? I was thinking it. Welcome, Petrodactylus. Slick Toxic says, impressive you got Nicole Kidman to do the intro for you. Must have cost a pretty penny. No, she's really into fossil science, you know? Harry Selden, howdy. I am Morvash, what's shaking? Sloppy Salamander, what's going on? I'm glad you like the new emote there, Salamander. It was fun to put together. Mocha Tech Plays, what's shaking with you? Hello. And Lower Dogma, hey, I dig that Komodo Dragon emote there. Komodo hype indeed. It's good to have you. Welcome. And thank you, Obsidian Vision. Appreciate that. It's good to see you. Thanks for saying hello. Pimpcat, howdy. Casey Snowart, what's shaking with you, Casey? I hope you had a good weekend as well. And 1 hour photo says, I love plants. Well, you're in for a treat today. Again, Here's the thing about being a dinosaur paleontologist, is that when people think of paleontology in the general public, they often think of dinosaurs. Or maybe mammoths or saber-toothed cats or Dimetrodon or something like that. People often don't think about plants. But there are so many paleontologists who study plants, and it's incredibly important to understand the evolution of plants if you want to understand the history of life on Earth. Plants are major players, and they may have even caused a mass extinction or two. We'll talk about that in a bit. If you don't understand plants, you don't understand life on Earth. if you don't understand the evolution of plants, then where are you? You know. So it's all too easy for somebody who studies dinosaurs to just talk about dinosaurs all the time. Oh, we've got 2 cats here. Holy cow. But yeah, I try very hard not to be a dinosaur chauvinist, if that makes sense. You know? Got to give plants their due. Oh, I'll see you later, sweetie pie. Minnie Pie has moved in. Another one of my landlords. How you doing, Minnie? Don't get out of there. Anywho. And Double Cat, I know, right? If we get a Moon Pie sighting here, that'll be a threefer. A cat trick, so to speak. Shark Geek, how are you doing? Hello, hello. I hope you're having a good day, Shark Geek. Good to see you. I need to send you a message, an email, or maybe a Discord message if I remember to go on Discord. Got this Florida trip coming up. Oh man, I can't wait. Yeah. Good to see you, Shark Geek. I hope you're having a good day. Hiptacular Raptor, howdy, howdy, looking good, thank you. And it then did. Hello, hello. Trying to catch everybody here. Stream looks awesome. Thank you, Sharky. Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah. Happy Plant Appreciation Day to you. Sorvinus. There you go, Reality Ripple. Sure, yeah. Don't want to be that. And Casey Snorks is excited to learn about prehistoric plants. This is a topic that is really hard to find good info on sometimes. Yeah, we'll be doing that today. Yeah. And been pretty sick. I'm sorry to hear that, Sharky. But getting better? Keep getting better. We're pulling for you, Sharky. Gotta keep out there. Gotta get back out there, do some diving, see some sharks and other critters. We need your voice, you know? And yeah, Antarctica used to be green, Shark Geek. I think there might even be a PBS Eons video about that. Let me find that real quick. And how did I not turn our stream closed captioner on until right now? Hang on. There we go. Keep things accessible around here to the best of our ability. Yeah. And like all non-angiosperm plants, I do have at least one angiosperm lurking back there. A magnolia. And here's a framed print of a magnolia right here. Magnoliaceae, I think, is the name for the flowering plant's clade angiosperms. And magnolias in particular are thought to be a pretty early diverging flowering plant. So when you find good, accurate paintings of like the late Cretaceous period terrestrial ecosystem, you'll often see magnolias in there. Yeah, and thank you, Lordy. I appreciate that. What was that? Usually that's associated with an alert. Our software might be kind of borked at the moment. Yeah. And nice, Petrodactylus, yeah. Yeah. Oh, by the way, while you're here, Petrodactylus, and Casey Snowart, too, you might find this useful. What's this person's name again? Hang on. There's somebody online who does really excellent reconstructions of Mesozoic plants. And, yeah, they have these. Here we go. Here she is. Julianne Zelda Keeley is a paleo artist. and she does these phenomenal reconstructions of
Tradoon.
Ton T. Khan. Thank you for the 10 months of support. Really appreciate there.
Paleo
Appreciate
science
that.
shake, paleo science shake, paleo
Thanks for
science
keeping me
shake.
here online. Ton T, I appreciate you. Yeah, thank you for your support for science outreach here on Twitch. Oh, and one of these critters, Williamsonia.
Tradoon.
So this kind of helps highlight how tricky the study of fossil plants can be. Chimeriella densifolia, a whole plant Bennettitalian, formed from the late Jurassic of Japan. The plant is composed of 3 organ taxa, so this plant has been given 3 different names for 3 different parts, apparently. But they're just different parts of the same plant, the same organism. Anyway, really cool stuff. Follow this person if you'd like some excellent reference images that she's put together about different plants from the age of dinosaurs. This is a phenomenal resource. And, yeah. She's awesome. Here's a link to her profile right there. Anyway, we gotta pay the landlord here before... Hey, Mini Pie, are you... Oh, okay, she left. Okay. Anyway, and I'm glad you like that Petrodactylus. I thought you'd appreciate that. Is that a great resource, Casey? Yeah. Yeah. She does really cool stuff. And she's all about those fossil plants. Nice. Speaking of which, I gotta do a quick post. First, go live here. And 4 hours is the maximum I will let me do, but that's fine. Let's do a quick little screenshot here. There we go, that'll work. Good enough, doesn't have to be fancy. Plant Appreciation Day today. And you're welcome to join us. There's that image. Psycheads, horsetails. And Bennettitalis. I never know how to spell this. I feel like I always get it wrong. I spelled it right for once. Okay. As we that. We discussed Mesozoic floras. And otherwise strive to Give the plants their flowers, so to speak. Twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. And let's do a upside down smiley face. Where is that? Did it disappear? Where's that stupid thing? Okay, hang on. Upside down. There we go. Still 2 characters over. Let's get rid of one of those superfluous spaces. I'm a friend of, what is it called? French spacing, but platforms like this are not. And there's one there. Excellent. Paleontologizing look good. With scads of mostly gymnosperm plants. On the wall behind me in let's see, ferns, palms, cycads, ginkgos. I think ginkgos doesn't have an E in it when you pluralize it, right? Around and in between framed photos of framed illustrations of various Mesozoic looking plants. Yeah, there we go. Good enough. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
In between is the space. This is true, Science Streams. How are you doing, Valent? It's nice seeing you on stream the other day. I hope you had a good weekend. It's good to see you. Alright, here's a link to that post if anybody wants to interact with it in any way. And it's warm in here. I'm going to turn that fan on. I did have a good weekend. Yeah, I got some things done. Got my taxes finished. Ended up owing way less than I was afraid I was going to. Thanks to my my tax guy. If anybody streams for a living, or if that's a significant portion of your income, and you've had trouble finding somebody who understands that, can help you write things off, send me a message and I can give you my guy's info. But yeah, holy cow, very grateful for that, I gotta say. And yeah. And thank you, Rothgar. And now I think he lives in Chicago, Crimson, but close enough, right? Yeah. Anyhow. And yeah, Petrodactylus. Yeah, shoot. Let me turn this fan on, and then well, here, first off, let's talk about some fossil plants, shall we? Let's talk about why plants are important. Again, this is one of these things that honestly, discussion of fossil plants is something that deserves much more than just one day. Holy cow. You could have a whole Twitch channel all about this. Like, there could be a paleobotanical equivalent to call it paleobotanizing. You could easily have somebody do that at the same time that I'm normally talking about fossil animals, particularly dinosaurs and stuff. This is a topic that is We're not doing it justice today. But it's better than nothing. You know what I mean? So yeah. Let's talk about the importance of fossil plants here. There's a little video to help introduce you to that subject. And here, let me get this set up for viewing properly. There we go. That should do it.
Tradoon.
Fossil plants. Survivors from deep time.
What's the first thing you think about when you hear the word fossil? I'll bet it's dinosaurs.
Yep.
Or it could be fossils that you might collect yourself, shelly things like ammonites maybe. What you may not realise is that some fossils aren't from animals. Some fossils are the preserved remains of plants. If we travel back 300 million years, we would be surrounded by huge, dense, swampy forests. These forests were dominated by plants like club mosses and horsetails, which we find today, but back in the Carboniferous, they formed huge tree-like forms.
Which is nuts. We'll be talking about these. I've got horsetails right here in our backdrop. It's really difficult to find artificial horsetails. I've been able to. I need to talk to some like museum diorama companies or something. But this is nuts. There used to be horsetails the size of, well, I don't know, buildings? Back before the dinosaurs, during the Carboniferous period, you had these huge, essentially like, we would call them trees, but they're horsetails. Today, horsetails are plants that grow in wetlands like this. They're much more common in Earth's past. Today, there's a few species still around. They're good at what they do. But holy cow, they're not like they were back in the day, where you know they could be 100 feet tall, like over 30 meters. You know? Nuts. When we were talking the other day about Maison Creek and the Tully monster and that world's oldest octopus that actually turned out to be a nautiloid, that's this time. A Carboniferous swamp would be one dominated by these giant horsetails. These giants... Are they lycopods? I don't know enough about this kind of thing. But there you go. You get ancient amphibian. You get this giant, like, 3 meter long, 4 meter long millipede relative, Arthropleura right there. This is just an incredible kind of ecosystem. So cool.
The biggest question of all surrounding the dinosaurs is why.
Thank you. Skuliki for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
42 raiders have arrived to ask exactly that question.
It's good to have you here, Skuliki. Howdy. What's shaking? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I hope you had an excellent stream. Thanks for bringing everybody over. I really appreciate it.
Dinosaurs came in all shapes and sizes.
And they did indeed, RS192. Thank you for following. I appreciate that. Here, as a quick little intro, before we get into our subject for the day, which, as you can guess... Mad Marks HS, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Our topic is a bit botanical today. It is Plant Appreciation Day, which I guess is a thing, but it's an excellent opportunity to talk about plants and their evolutionary history, how they have shaped our planet. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I don't know a great deal about plants. That's not my area of expertise. I've never published on fossil plants, but I have collected them in the field, and I understand how important they are, and I want to impress upon you that importance. I want you to walk away from today's stream with a newfound appreciation, not just for the plants around you today, but for the evolutionary history of plants, going back, what, about 400 million years? So yeah. An exothermic goblin. Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Good stuff. It's good to have you here. Here we are. Here's my channel and what we're all about. Let me play a quick little kind of intro trailery thing for you. I'll be right back.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, go for it, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Good to have you here, everybody. We're going to be out there in Wyoming doing some more field work around the beginning of June. Very excited for that. And we'll actually be holding a special fundraiser for that day after tomorrow, I guess, Wednesday. I got to put some stuff in order for that. But, and Snowdenchi, thank you. Yeah, here's an example of fossil plants in the field. Got nothing. Oh, nope, never mind. That's not nothing.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, look at that. Look at those leaves. Wow.
Yeah. See the vein pattern
nice.
there? Shoot, take a look.
That is really good. Oh my goodness.
Thank you, Casey, for clipping
right there.
No, they're beautiful.
So there's Whitney Greaves, who I think is doing her PhD right now. She's a paleobotanist. And I think she might be joining us again in Wyoming this year. I'm hoping so, at least. But somebody else who might be joining us is Kirk Johnson. We'll play some clips with him in a little bit. But, here. We just started this video. Let's start it over. Talk about the importance of fossil plants. There we go. And Grabnerd said, what kinds of leaves were those? Some kind of broadleaf tree, an angiosperm, maybe like a dogwood or something like that. I think something similar to like this. But I'm not totally sure. Again, I am not myself a botanist.
What's the first thing you think about when you hear the word fossil? I'll bet it's dinosaurs. Or it could be fossils that you might collect yourself, shelly things like ammonites maybe. What you may not realise is that some fossils aren't from animals. Some fossils are the preserved remains of plants. If we travel back 300 million years, we would be surrounded by huge, dense, swampy forests. These forests were dominated by plants like club mosses and horsetails, which we find today, but back in the Carboniferous, they formed huge tree-like forms.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. And we were just looking at this before that raid, but today, horsetails look like this. This is genus Equisetum. So you'll see these in swampy areas, you know, around rivers and creeks like that, especially around forests. But back during the Carboniferous period, there were ones that were like over 30 meters tall, like 100 feet. And they would have resembled, well, woody trees, despite having a different kind of structure to like a lot of trees today. Really cool. Really, really cool. And are these lycopods? I need to look this up real quick because I want to say that they are. Lycopodopsida are vascular plants, lycopsids, club mosses, firm mosses, spike mosses, and quillworts. Okay, those are lycopods. So, okay, horsetails are not part of this clade, although there were similarly weird, gigantic ones during the Carboniferous, like Lepidodendron here. Nuts. I mean, today, members of this group look like this. You know? Selaginella is probably the best known taxon today. You know, just a little ground covery thing, not a particularly mighty plant. You know? Very cool, but yeah. But yeah, some of them got to be like 30 meters tall during the Carboniferous. Just nuts. You know? Yeah. And horsetails. Okay, so horsetails are with the pteridophytes, the ferns. I guess that makes sense, Charlie Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Neat. Anyway, back to this.
It's these forests that form the coal that drove the Industrial Revolution.
Yep.
These forests harvested carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and then it was locked away in that coal for millions of years. Then we humans dug up that coal and burnt it for heat and for power over a couple of centuries.
And just for fun sometimes, you know? You know, people love working at the pollution factory. I'm kidding. No one likes working at the pollution factory. It's bad for everyone.
A blink of the eye, geologically speaking. The current climate crisis has its roots, at least in part, in fossil forests that are older than the dinosaurs.
Yep.
One of the best things about studying...
Like I said, this is important stuff to understand, you know? If you want to actually be, you know, an informed global citizen, you have to understand these things, you know? Like our current crisis, this, you know, man-made climate change that we are driving by, you know, burning all of these fossil fuels. Those fossil fuels, like coal, much of that comes from the Carboniferous, from before the time of the dinosaurs, when there were 100-foot tall lycopods and horsetail relatives and stuff. Just nuts, you know?
Studying fossil plants is what they can tell us about past environments. It's like having really finely tuned environmental sensors scattered through time. Even the shape of a leaf can tell you something about the environments that that plant grew in.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, chat. Some of you already know this, but I kind of want to take everybody's temperature real quick. How could the shape of a leaf that you find as a fossil, you know, like in this clip here? Wow. How can a shape of a leaf like that, or how can the overall morphology tell you about an ancient environment? What kind of information might we be able to glean from something like this? Anybody have any guesses? Just with a simple fossil leaf, what kind of inferences can we make? Seeing some answers here about levels of sunlight, temperature, maybe soil composition, oxygen content. These are good answers. Yeah, I think you might be able to find indicators for all of those different conditions, different situations using fossil leaves. Yeah.
Something like a leaf with a drip tip that allows water to drip off the leaf will tell you that a plant grew in a tropical, wet environment.
Yep.
Some plant fossils preserve the outer waxy layer of the leaf, called the cuticle. In those
when
fossils,
you find a cuticle,
you can see
like, yes!
the stomata,
there we go.
Which the plant uses to allow carbon dioxide in and to release oxygen during photosynthesis. We know from experiments on living plants that plants produce fewer stomata or air pores when they're grown at higher concentrations of carbon dioxide.
Yep, this is so cool.
For plants that have living relatives, we can use their fossil leaves as carbon dioxide sensors through deep time.
So you can actually learn about the composition of the atmosphere at different points in Earth history by looking at fossil plant cuticles and counting the number of stomata per square centimeter. incredibly cool stuff and really important. And like, honestly, this sort of thing isn't rocket surgery. Like, it's kind of surprising to me how few researchers there are doing that, because it's kind of almost low-hanging research fruit. There are not enough paleobotanists in the world doing this kind of thing. We could know so much more about how ancient climates fluctuated if we had more people doing this kind of work. Yeah. Longshot Plays, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Sorry it took me a minute to get to your message. They say, hey, I assume plants were bigger in the past, but that mean that there was more oxygen at the time? No, actually. That's the thing, is that, well, yes and no. At certain times in Earth history, there were higher oxygen levels. Like in these ancient coal swamps during the Carboniferous, for instance. And we'll be talking about this in a little bit, how higher oxygen levels and lower carbon dioxide, because of all this plant growth, may have actually led to an ice age at one point in Earth history, which may have in turn caused a mass extinction event. We'll get to that in a little bit. But the reason why I instinctively said no is that when I get questions about higher oxygen levels from chatters or from people in, outside in real life, they're often asking about, like, oh, is that how dinosaurs got big? Was because there was more oxygen in the atmosphere? And the answer to that is no. Dinosaur gigantism is the result of a bunch of different things, but it's like cool evolutionary adaptations that dinosaurs had. It wasn't like some kind of cheat code, like, oh, there's more oxygen, or gravity was lower, or something like that. Yeah. And what's funny is that there is an old idea that the giant Carboniferous insects and other arthropods, that they were able to get really, really big because oxygen levels were higher back then. That now seems to be incorrect. We just covered this the other day. Brand new paper just came out. Giant prehistoric dragonfly insects may not owe their size to oxygen, according to a new study. So yeah, Earth's atmospheric composition does change a lot over time, and that often corresponds to fluctuations in the climate. So, like, if you have more oxygen in the atmosphere and less carbon dioxide, less of this greenhouse gas up in the atmosphere, temperatures get colder globally. More carbon dioxide means temperatures go up, and that's what we're currently not just seeing now, that's what we're actively doing as human beings, is warming our climate at a pace that's honestly legitimately scary. Like, we're gonna cause a mass extinction if we keep doing this the way that we are. We're gonna drive ourselves into extinction and a bunch of the other critters on our planet. But anyway, we'll talk more about this stuff as we continue with our topics for today. Happy Plant Appreciation Day, everybody. Plants are crazy important. But yeah. Anywho, when I see that Gay Hibiscus is here, welcome, welcome. I was hoping you'd show up today for Plant Appreciation Day. Anywho. And Rincano says, are we already in a mass extinction? Or what time frame is needed for that to be qualified as such? The thing is, that term mass extinction is not particularly well defined. I've heard a lot of different definitions from a lot of different colleagues. The most common one that I hear is like more than 50% of species, either on land or in the oceans, or sometimes both, have to go extinct within a vaguely short amount of time, but like there's not strong parameters around that. It's the sort of thing isn't particularly well defined. And so I have some colleagues who just don't like to use the term mass extinction because they think it's too loosey-goosey. It's not precise enough. It's not a particularly useful term. But I don't know. Mass extinction kind of... It's like that one guy in the Supreme Court said at one point, right? Like, oh, you know it when you see it. He was talking about something else. But yeah. It's not... We don't have a great definition for it that's widely agreed upon. So are we in the middle of the 6th mass extinction? I think it depends on what your definition is and how things shake out, you know? This could turn into another mass extinction event. We need to make sure it doesn't. I'll put it that way. Because the one that's currently ongoing does seem to be human-caused. We are certainly causing the extinction of a great many living things on our planet. Entire species wiped out. Like, it's a travesty. It's not just animals, but plants, fungi, and other organisms. Yeah. Anyhow. Hello to you, sweetie pie. How are you doing? Yeah. Anyhow. How's it going? Did you see all the plants today? What do you think? What do you think about those plants, huh? All the landlords here actually really love plants. They're, yeah, you do, don't you? Love chewing on them, sniffing them. They're big plant fans. Aspiring herbivores, almost? Huh. You do love to chew on plants, and then you throw up. It's just a cat thing, isn't it? Yeah. Let me chew up these leaves and then vomit. It's one of your favorite things to do. Cats love that. Anyhow. And Raincano, hey, I appreciate your question. We will, again, this is one of these topics we'll be discussing more of today. How plants may have caused a mass extinction at one point in Earth history. But anyway, let's finish up this video first as a little intro.
Not all plant fossils are as big as these ones we've got here. The pollen and spores that plants produce gets preserved too. And paleontologists dissolve those rocks with acids.
That's paleontologist, P-A-L-Y-N, ologist, after the word for pollen. People who study fossil pollen, and modern pollen too, sometimes. But,
extract the pollen and the spores, and to study them under the microscope. Because plants...
And Nuclear Cowboy, that's a serious problem here in the United States. The education system is broken because it's controlled at a local level. That's something that is in need of serious reform. So I agree with you there. But yeah, your sign is flawed. I'm glad you made it out of the Air Force alive. But I don't know. I stand by it 1,000,000%. You know? I know a lot of veterans in my life. I know people who are, well, I think, are currently active duty, and they're often the most mistreated people anywhere. You know, what our government does to young people who are often just like looking to be able to get a degree or something like that, like they sell their body to the federal government and just get destroyed. It's honestly shameful. And I don't know. I don't want to get too into this right now, but holy cow, we need some serious reform, and our armed forces and the people who work in them would be much better off if If we were to shrink all that stuff down to about 1/10 its size at the most, I'll put it that way, you know? And we here in the United States would be so much better off if we could have the blood and treasure that we spend on pointless wars, like the current one in the Middle East, use that to improve people's lives right here at home. You'd have to be pretty sick in the head, I think, to argue against that. That's what I'll say for now. Anyway. But yeah. But I agree with you that, yeah, the education system in the United States should be federally funded, not funded by local tax revenue. That's an incredibly stupid idea. Like, you'd be hard pressed to like build a system that works as poorly as that. Put it that way. Peas and plants. There you go. Long shot plays. Yeah. And gay hibiscus. Oh no. Anyway, let's continue here with this video. Let's finish this out, and then I should do metazoa today too, and maybe metaflora. We'll see.
Paleontologists dissolve those rocks with acid to extract the pollen and the spores and to study them under the microscope.
Yeah.
Because plants produce large amounts.
And Nuclear Cowboy, I mean, the #1 single most wasteful expenditure that the federal government has is the Pentagon. That's like, you can't argue with that. You know that. How many times have they failed federal audits over the past 20 years? It's like every single time they've been audited, they're like, we don't actually know where this money is going. You know? Not only is it incredibly wasteful, it's so careless about that waste. It's so flagrant about it. Like, it's downright embarrassing. Yeah, I don't know. Let's continue.
Amounts of pollen and spores,
Yeah.
and they get carried far away from the parent plant. This means that these samples give us an excellent record of changes in regional plant life.
A lot of crayons.
It also means that the samples are much more statistically valid than finding 1 or 2 really big but rare plant fossils. Fossil spores can also contain chemical signatures which can even tell us about UV levels in the past.
Yeah.
Fossil sunshine.
This is so cool.
Plant fossils can also tell us a lot about how plants have evolved. Today, one plant group dominates the planet, the angiosperms, or flowering plants. These are the plants that we eat, the plants which we choose to plant in our gardens, and the plants that provide most of our natural environments. But flowering plants only appeared about 130 million years ago.
And this is nuts because flowering plants, the angiosperms, Magnoliaceae, I think might be the name of the clade. This is a group that today they are plants. Here we go. Eukaryotes. Let's see. We'll see. Yeah, plants. Here we go. Oh, hang on. Wrong screen. Archaeoplastida, rather. Ugh. 430,000 species, at least here on this tree, on Metazoa. There's, on one zoom. There's definitely way more species of plant than this. But here's the number that they have here. I want to show you how many of these are flowering plants. And then I want you to think about how nuts it is that flowering plants only evolved about halfway through the age of dinosaurs. It's pretty crazy to think about. Okay, so 430,000 species within plants. Then the flowering plants here, 368,000 species of those are flowering plants. the vast majority of plants that you'll encounter on any given day, if you're out walking in your neighborhood or if you go on a hike or something like that, the vast majority of those species are going to be flowering plants. They're not always the biggest plants. Conifers take that gig. But flowering plants are incredibly diverse, incredibly speciose. The angiosperms are everything from, well, basically everything with flowers is an angiosperm. And even things that you don't think about as having flowers. Oak trees and palms are angiosperms. Wheat and barley, fruit trees, they're angiosperms. Grasses are angiosperms. Imagine a world without any of those. And that's what, say, most, well, all Triassic and Jurassic and all, I guess up until the early Cretaceous, that's all there was, you know? We'll be talking about this later too. But imagine a world without grasses, without flowers. That's the world that the dinosaurs knew for about half of their reign. And then, kind of midway through the age of the dinosaurs, suddenly, boom, flowering plants evolve and it changes the world. Yeah. But yeah. Anyhow, let's finish out this video.
Darwin called this an abominable mystery.
Hang on.
We eat the plants which we choose to plant in our
Angiosperms.
gardens, and the plants that provide most of our natural environments.
Are flowering plants.
But flowering plants only appeared about 130 million years ago. Darwin called this an abominable mystery. But you don't have to look too far today to find plants whose ancestors were around well before the flowers.
Yep.
You can find liverworts and mosses, club mosses, horsetails, ferns, even cycads and conifers. Keep your eyes open for these plant survivors from deep time when you're out and about. They can help us to understand the plant fossil record and also give us a better understanding of how ecosystems worked in the past.
Good stuff. Nuclear Cowboy says, so what made plants start flowering? Ooh, we'll get to that in a few minutes. But first, oh, and holy cow, what a beautiful day today in the sunny San Francisco Bay Area. I've got this page so that it automatically opens when we get ready for stream. It was raining all weekend, and so it is super clear out there. You can see all the way out to the Pacific Ocean. You might even be able to, I can't quite spot the Farallon Islands out there, but there's the Golden Gate Bridge, San Francisco Bay, San Francisco, and then Berkeley down here. That, it's clear enough I can actually make out the buildings. That is the Valley Life Sciences building, where the University of California Museum of Paleontology is. I don't know if they tilted the camera recently. I don't think we used to be able to see that. Nice. Beautiful day today. And again, every plant that you see here, well, most of them are angiosperms. These oaks, these grasses, these broadleaf trees. I do see some conifers down here, redwoods. But yeah, nearly everything you're going to see here is angiosperms. Anywho, before we get further into our plants, we should do metazoa before I forget. So, brief detour, let's talk about animals before we get into plants. And then, maybe, if I want to embarrass myself, we'll do the plant version of this, and you'll see how much more poorly I do. So, yeah, let's get this started. This is our daily animal guessing challenge. There's a mystery animal of the day. We've got to try and figure out what our mystery animal is, using an evolutionary family tree to narrow it down. Again, the animals are here on our tree of life. As far as we know, all living things on our planet are related. plants and animals at one time had a common ancestor. That was a long time ago. We've got about 1.4 million species of animal represented on the one zoom tree of life here. Luckily, there's not that many programmed in a metazoa, but there's still quite a few. And this game is heavily tilted toward mammals, so I often like to start off with a mammal. Give me like a rodent tonight. Rodents are they're the most speciose grade of mammal? What would you call that? A clade of their rank, I guess. Capybara is a good one. Let's do capybara. And we'll see if we get anywhere close there. I like to start off with a really speciose clade. Let's see if... Oh, okay. Nice. Our critter is not a rodent, but it is a Boroeutherian. So... let me show you where the rodents are. Rodentia. We're over here within the mammals. There's the rodents. Over 2,000 species. The most speciose clade of its rank, I guess. It's like 40% of all mammal species are rodents. So diverse. Anyway, our critter's not a rodent. It's not a member of Glires or Euarchontoglires, but it is a Boroeutherian. As we said, capybara. Metazoa says nope. It is part of Boroeutheria, though. So, this clade here. This tells us more than you would think, though, because remember we guessed a rodent. Rodents are part of this group. Metazoa didn't say this. It says Boroeutheria, which tells us it's got to be a member of this clade, the smaller clade, Laurasiatheria. This is all the carnivorans, which is lions and tigers and bears and weasels and walruses and etc. Plus the bats and the hedgehogs, Eulipotyphlins over here. It's funny that they still call this insectivores, because that's an old clade name that we don't really use anymore. Maybe in common parlance we'd use it, but Eulipotyphla is the clade name now. Anyway, I don't think it's going to be one of these guys. I'm guessing it's going to be some kind of carnivoran, because I know that that clade is really well represented on this tree. Carnivorans are over here. This is everything with carnassial teeth. So dogs and cats, bears and weasels and hyenas and mongoose and their relatives. Carnivorans. And 9 guesses for you today. Shoot, Lenina. Mark Melvin says meerkat. That's not a bad guess. Here, let's see. There's one made. I'm guessing it's a carnivoran, but I'm not totally sure. We'll go with meerkat. It's a nice one to start with. I'm pretty sure they're feliforms, so they're from the cat side of the carnivoran family tree. Let's try meerkat. Ho 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 ho! Okay. There we go, Feliformia. Nice. We're doing really well so far. This is great. And the 27th of April is Hyena Day. Interesting. Isn't it also World Tapir Day? April 27th? World Hyena Day. International Hyena Day, April 27th. Yeah. But, World Tapir Day, also April 27th. Honestly, I'm more inclined to talk about tapirs. Do we have anything scheduled for that day? World Tapir Day. I can play the tapir song, too. Yeah. Oh, and it's Dino Fest at the Burke Museum. Very cool, Petrodactylus. Awesome. Yeah. Anywho, so our critter is a feliform, but it's not a meerkat. So, again, we're doing really well so far. It is a cat-like carnivoran, but not a meerkat. So, meerkats are going to be over here, kind of near the mongoose, right? Yeah, there they are. Meerkats. They're actually a kind of mongoose. Interesting. Well, yeah, I guess that clade is Herpestidae. That's the family. So they are a herpestid. They're a member of the mongoose family. But it didn't say Herpestidae. It just says Feliformia, which tells me we've got to go more broad. We've got to go out here, maybe over to the cats and their relatives. Let's go with a cat. Try like leopard or something. Leopards are pretty derived. I think that'll give us a better idea. Let's try leopard. And hey, Ember and Eco, how you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. All right, let's try leopard here. And
hold on to your butts.
Let's see if that gets us anywhere close. Okay. It got us to Felidae, at least. We know it's a member of Felidae, the cat family. Nice. So that is... well, there's quite a few felid species. Interesting that... yeah, here. Our critter might be a particularly early diverging one. Could even be a cheetah. I think that's the earliest diverging felid that we have. So it's the most different of all the cats. I'm hoping that Metazoa actually has subclades within Felidae, Felinae, and these other clades like that. But given that this is just says Felidae, I want to try and see if it's cheetah. We're rolling the dice here, but it's a good chance. Let's try cheetah.
Hold on to your butts.
And... okay, it is part of Felinae. But it's not a cheetah. I think that's wrong. I don't think cheetahs are part of Felinae, are they? Felinae. Okay, no, I guess, alright, a cheetah is part of that. Which is weird, because maybe one zoom here is wrong? Felidae. This is treating Felidae and Felinae like they're equivalent? Huh. Which maybe they are? I'm a little confused by this. Okay. Felinae includes the cheetah. But here... yeah, one zoom is wrong. Interesting. So tigers are not part of Felinae. The cheetah should be closer to things like pumas. Right? Yeah. Wow. So one zoom here is wrong. Interesting, or at least out of date. Interesting. Nuclear Cowboy says, always fascinated me how the cheetah's spine extends when they run. It's so weird and cool. Holy cow. If you ever... we might be able to find x-ray footage of that. But they do that classic mammalian dorsoventral flexion of their vertebral column. So their spine bounces up and down. Not bounces up here. You're gonna think I mean you're gonna think I mean like this. This is not what I mean. Their spine doesn't Their spine flexes on the vertical plane. Let me see if I can find... Could we be lucky enough to have an X-ray view of a cheetah running? Okay, well this is overlain with CG. That's good enough. Here, take a look at this. This is pretty wild. Come on, YouTube. You could do it. You could do it. There we go. This is bonkers. Yep. So cool. So other cats can do this, but not like the cheetah. The cheetah takes it to an extreme. Yeah. That's so cool. Look at that. Yep. Bass Twitch fibers. Oh, very cool. Anyway, speaking of Twitch, let's get back to our stream here.
Shudder at history's most ferocious killer, Tyrannosaurus Rex.
And Orange Cone Hiadas, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Howdy, howdy. Here's a link if you want to watch the rest of this. Really lovely little video there. No, you're all good, Nuclear Cowboy. It's always awesome to be able to talk about... I welcome the opportunity to talk about a critter that everybody knows and appreciates, but using that to be able to highlight its osteology. The underlying skeletal features that allow these critters to be so cool, like to do these incredible things that we find so impressive. And to put that in an evolutionary context, like, yes, these are special adaptations that they have that all work together.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because,
angles.
By the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
A bunch of plants went extinct in that same mass extinction too, as we'll be talking about for today's topic. Thank you, Angles, for the 11 months of support. I really appreciate that, Prime. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah, let's see. Welcome, Alan Alice. What's shaking? Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny. I'm a paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs mostly. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I talk about here on stream. And what I dig up during the summers. We spent what, 11 weeks in the field last summer. You know what? Let me just show you the quick channel trailer, and then we'll get back to Metazoo here. Let me go check on the 3D printer anyway. Here, this is what we're all about here.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And thank you, Victorious. The 46 months there.
Paleo, actually.
At tier 3. You subscribed for 6 months? Is that a 6-month subscription there, Victorious? And you've got our new emote as well. I appreciate that, Victorious. Thank you for helping make these streams possible through your continued very generous support. Tier 3 is nothing to sneeze at. Thank you. Holy moly, do I appreciate that. Anyway, if there's any other new folks here, this should help introduce you to this channel.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Welcome. It's good to have you here. Ellen Alice says, it's a theory I have that has some science backing, but I'm not a scientist. It's about evolution of life. Go for it. Yeah. And welcome, Astral Storm. Good to have you here. Nuclear Cowboy says, where are you going this summer? Wyoming in June. Utah in July.
Maybe there's even dinosaurs.
And there will be dinosaurs. There are long shot plays in both spots. We've got several new species of dinosaur that we're digging up in Wyoming, and hopefully discovering some more this year too. We're actually doing a special fundraiser on Wednesday to raise money for an additional rental truck. So our scout, Logan, will be able to go and find more sites. Anyway, excited about that. Yeah, then we've got more, at least one, maybe two new species of iguanodont dinosaur we've been digging up for several years in Utah. We'll be continuing to dig up that bone bed end of July, beginning of August, with the Utah Geological Survey, part of it's a state agency in the state of Utah. And then I might be going back out to Utah in September. We'll see if we can link up with brother Josh Lively from the Utah State University Prehistoric Museum. And then I might be doing some fieldwork in Nevada, might be doing some in Montana. Yeah. Exciting things are coming up. So yeah. Anyway, Sergio Buzzcut says, do you like Mosasaurus? Sure. Mosasaurus is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, mosasaur. It's a really cool critter. And I just mentioned Josh Lively. He works on mosasaurs. Let's see. I know that we talked about mosasaurs at one point. Let's see if I can find that for you. This would have been last September. Yeah, so us talking about marine reptiles.
Group of convenience. They're reptiles that live in the ocean. So today,
marine
that's
reptiles
from. Well, shoot, I think in here we've got one of those diagrams, right? Or a picture with some of those where it's like,
I know what you're talking about.
Here's
more
your closed captions are. There we go.
Yeah, our
yeah, nice.
So Josh works on mosasaurs. He's named a couple of them, I think.
Clockwise from the upper left. Sea snakes, sea turtles, and even groups like Dermacaliids, leatherback turtles, even though they get rid of their like bony carapace, at least partway.
Yeah.
They've never done this before. Maybe.
I mean, there are plenty of folks doing experiments in the lab related to paleontology as well.
For sure, yeah.
But yeah, no, it is an experimental science. We are testing hypotheses out here.
Let's see. Does he talk about mosasaurs here? I'm a little confused because we had to do 2 separate interviews. Our first day we got rained out.
Jurassic, and we're about to talk about the Cretaceous and Josh's specialty, mosasaurs. And yeah, we had to postpone that until today because of weather. So.
And we'll probably make this discussion of mosasaurs quick because of weather today.
Exactly, yeah.
It's wild. But it's fun.
Here is a link with a timestamp if you want to take a look at that. If anybody's particularly jazzed about mosasaurs.
Seems a little late this year.
Yeah, it's been highly variable the last few years, I think. Sometimes it comes early, sometimes it comes late, sometimes it doesn't come at all.
Yeah, that's climate change for you.
Yeah.
Oh boy. But yeah, so you lucky folks who were here at the beginning of stream get to be here for this. So yeah.
Anyhow, there's a link for you. Yeah. And thank you, Longshot Plays. I appreciate it. Good to have you here. Alan Alice. Chemical Man. I mean, yeah, that's the same with life on Earth. Like, things are deterministic. Different conditions will lead to different results in evolution. If you have similar conditions and similar evolutionary pressures, you can get similar results even with very different kinds of creatures. I think maybe this is kind of what you're talking about. Like a convergent evolution. Here we've got a cartilaginous fish, a shark, a river dolphin, which is a kind of mammal, and an ichthyosaur, which is a kind of reptile. And they've all evolved this similar kind of shape. Despite having very different starting points, they've independently evolved a very similar body plan because they have similar evolutionary pressures on them. So there is a wonderful... Here we go. Yeah. This is a Facebook image. These are always really janky. Not even gonna work. That's okay. Anyway, another explanation, another example. 4 very different groups of animals. Sharks, ichthyosaurs. Well, sharks evolved from earlier jawless fishes, as did all the jawed vertebrates. Anyway, ichthyosaurs evolved from something on land that would have looked kind of like a lizard. Dolphins, like all whales, evolved from a creature that would have looked kind of like a wolf with hooves on land. You know, an early carnivorous artiodactyl. Penguins are a kind of bird, so they evolved from birds that could fly, which in turn evolved from dinosaurs. So from these very different starting points, you get a very similar kind of body shape. Pointed, you're streamlined, you've got flippers. This is what we call convergent evolution. So if you've got similar requirements, if evolution is putting a similar kind of pressure on very different organisms, they can evolve to look similar in a lot of ways. And sometimes this is a vague overall similarity, and sometimes it's very specific and kind of uncanny. Just how similar some of these critters can get through convergence like that. But yeah, we see this again and again and again through the history of life. If you've got similar conditions and similar pressures, you can get a similar end result. Even if the underlying nuts and bolts are completely different, you know? Like, for crying out loud, sharks have bones that are made of cartilage, different from the bony bones of all these other critters. Penguins have feathers that coat their bodies, unlike the smooth skin of a dolphin or an ichthyosaur. Yeah. But they're still doing similar stuff, you know? This is so cool. We could talk for... I could do a whole week's worth of streams on the concept of convergent evolution. But, yeah. And do we have good examples of plant convergent evolution? I'm sure we do, Grabner. Actually, yeah. Here. Oh, goodness. Is it called the ornate palm? Yeah, there we go. So this is... yeah, here we go. These are palms right here. They might be date palms, or they might be another kind of palm. I don't know. I don't know my palms very well. But the point is, these are palms. They have a completely different ancestry than this plant. A cycad. They might look superficially pretty similar, but they are completely different. A cycad here is much more closely related to a ginkgo you know, these trees with leaves like that. This is much more closely related to a cycad, to, you know, this guy right here, than this guy is to these palms. That's convergent evolution. You've got that trunk, or caudex as it's called on a cycad. You've got those long frond-like leaves with the, like, central, I want to call it a rachis, like in a feather. I don't know if that's a proper botanical term. With all the little leaflets or frondlets coming off of that. These plants are not closely related at all. This right here is a flowering plant. Palms are, here. Ericaceae? Here's the palms down here. Bingo. Palms. They are very far away from the cycads. I'll show you how far away. And the sago cycad. So the blue line goes to palms, the red line is going to go to cycads. They're super far away from one another. Look at that. Yeah. So these guys diverged from one another probably about 300 million years ago or longer. Yeah. Very, very different. Even though they look superficially pretty similar in a lot of ways. Can we get a side-by-side palm and cycad? You'd think somebody would have made a diagram like that, but I'm not seeing that anywhere. Here's what we'll do. Split view. Sago cycad. There we go, finally. These two not closely related at all. They're separated by like 300 million years of evolution at least. That's how long ago these two things diverged. Crazy to think about, but there you go. So through convergent evolution, because they have similar evolutionary pressures being exerted on them, they've evolved a similar kind of way of making a living. You've got that trunk, you've got those fronds, but under the hood, they're very, very different. Where palms are flowering plants, so they actually have flowers. Yeah, these guys here, they reproduce with flowers. Cycads reproduce with seeds. They make these little fruits, and then beetles come and pollinate them. But they've got like a cone that they use for reproducing. There's males and females of the same species. They're dioecious, and they have this pollen that gets spread by beetles. Very different from the way that palms work. Yeah, pretty cool. And Kisa says, is there a reason they look like large pineapples? What you're looking at here is the caudex on the cycad, and I guess the trunk on the palm. These are very short, like they can get a lot taller, I think. But the structure of a pineapple, I don't know, to a certain extent, within groups like plants, you only have like maybe a limited number of different ways that you can solve a problem. It's like they'll evolve similar looking structures because it's like those are the things that work the best. I'm guessing that the like scale pattern on a pineapple, it's made of a similar arrangement of cells maybe to the trunk of a palm tree. And that's why it's going to look similar. Does that make sense? With cycads, they've got this trunk underneath, and that's called the caudex. Goodness, why it's so tricky sometimes to find decent diagrams like this. You know, I bet you there's one in the book. There's an excellent book about cycads, which I would recommend to you, and it's called Cycads. We got to have a diagram in here that shows this properly, right? I would guess toward the beginning. Yeah, there we go. Generalized growth features of a cycad. But, yeah. Well, they're not saying it here, but that's the caudex. The trunky guy. The main body, and then you get these flowering bodies that come out of it. Not flowering, but like the reproductive parts. The petioles, I think, are what produce the cone. And then you get these leaves with leaflets on them. Yeah. And what's funny is that these are so... cycads, like the sago cycad here, they're so palm-like that people who are not scientists just call them palms, even though they are not palms. Not a palm. Palm especially poisonous to pets. It is poisonous to pets. That is not a palm, though. It's a cycad. Yeah. Anyhow. And Hibiscus says the caudex is the stem and rootstock. Thank you, Hibiscus. It's nice to have some actually botanically informed people here in the chat. More so than me. Yeah. Yeah, and it is kind of nuts, Caster. We've watched videos on here before of people preparing cycads to eat. So much work, because it is highly toxic. There's a kind of malady that cattle suffer from in Australia called the Zamia staggers, and that's from when cattle will eat cycads. Zamia is the genus name for a particular kind of cycad, but yeah. Spinal cord damage from eating Zamia palm. Yeah, they're not palms, they're cycads. Yeah. Anywho. And there you go, Sharky. Yeah, I mean, I do too. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Anyway, we gotta finish Metazoa here before I forget, before we run out of time. Let's get this done real quick, and then we'll get back into our plants. Yeah. Yeah, so we know our critter is part of Felinae, but it is not a cheetah. But we're close. So these are the roarless cats. Felinae. And we've determined this is not actually going to be much help. So, let's go to Wikipedia. Felinae. Cheetah, caracal, catopuma, felis, including my landlords. Part of that clade. Bilurus, leopard. We already guessed. Oh no, Leopardus is not actually the leopard, it's the ocelot, which is kind of funny. Felis, Perenniluris, and puma. I feel like, did we have puma lately, or were we talking about pumas for other reasons? I know they were in the news here in the Bay Area a little while ago. That's probably why we were talking about them. Felinae, phylogeny. Okay, we can use this to try and figure this out. Ocelot, lynx. So we guessed cheetah earlier. There's the cheetah there. Man, I feel like this phylogeny doesn't agree with the other ones that we were looking at. Is there a surprising amount of controversy about how different cats are related to each other? Claire says it can't be puma, it must be ocelot. You might be onto something there. I don't think they have caracal or serval, but let's look. They don't have caracal. They don't have serval. I don't think they're going to have manule or fishing cat. They could have domestic cat. In fact, they will have domestic cat. I'm guessing it's either going to be a domestic cat or ocelot. Let's try ocelot and see where that gets us.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. And that's it! Oh, yes! We got it in 5 guesses. That's not too shabby, actually. Not too shabby at all. I'm happy about that. Excellent. Let's post that. Yeah. Pretty good today. There we go. Excellent. Half ocelot eco. Normally I would suggest that we like watch a video about ocelots, but we have so much plant stuff to cover today that let's just jump back into plants. First off, I want to check and see if there's any new videos about Plant Appreciation Day. Just because I scheduled this months ago, and I'm not sure how widespread the idea, Yeah, I'm not seeing anything from the past week. Okay, so Plant Appreciation Day is not actually a big deal in the wider world, it seems. But we're making a big deal out of it today. Because I'll take any excuse I can get to try and not be so much of a dinosaur chauvinist. Anyway. I appreciate this. Idris, whoever you are, I think I know who you are. Appreciate this. This is me today. You know what? We should try to do Metaflora. That's what we should do. So, Metazoo is the animal guessing game. Dare I try my luck at the plant guessing game, being someone who is not well-versed in the phylogeny of plants? Are you sure, says Hibiscus? I might need your help. Like, again, this is... You might lose some respect for me here, you know? Watching me flounder. You all are gonna be like,
Brother, this guy stinks!
Well, let's try it.
Hold on to your butts.
Oh boy, Metaflora.
I think dinosaurs are put together correctly. The
Hang on.
bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
Al and Alice, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. A Twitch Classique. I mean, we'll see, Grab Nerd. We'll see. There's only one mystery plant per day, but you get 25 guesses. That's 25% more than Metazua. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're like, that's a tacit admission that this is more difficult. Okay. Enter the garden. Let's do it. So, we know our critter is a green plant. But, guess a derived engine. Exactly, Raptor. That's what I was gonna do. So let's do, we'll do the state flower of California. The California poppy. I don't know what group that belongs to, but I know it's a flowering plant. So let's start with that.
Hold on to your butts.
And, okay. Mesangiospermae, which is a kind of... contains the majority of the flowering plants. Oh, goody. If it were a gymnosperm, which I'm not even sure is a monophyletic clade, that would be so much easier for me. But nope, it is an angiosperm, because of course it is. It's the most speciose group. Clap, says Hibiscus. There you go. Yeah. Can we get some iOS claps in the chat? So yeah, it's flowering. Yep. Yeah. Well, looks like what you got here is a flowering plant. Okay, yeah. We could try and use one zoom for this. Let's see what we've been able to narrow it down to. How many species? Oh, and Grab Nerd with the strategies there. Let's go with Nymphaea, something to dial in Anita / Monocot / Dicot. Ooh. It's a good strat. Not stratigraphy, strategy. Yeah, hopefully 368,000 species. And who knows whether this tree will agree with the one that's programmed into Metaflora. Nymphaea. It's something super broad, says Hibiscus. Yeah. Plant. No. Here. Oh, that's a genus. Okay. Water lilies. Okay. Let's try that.
Dinosaurs came in all shapes and sizes.
It's true, Lalube85. Thanks for the follow. Let's try water lily.
Hold on to your butts.
And... Nope. Well, no, that's out. You steered me wrong there. Grab nerd, holy cow. Yeah. I go for a monocot like grass. P-Funk guy, welcome back. Good to have you here. Yeah. Let's try again. I do not know what I'm doing here. Orchard. No, let's do lemongrass. That sounds good. Thai food. And nope, that didn't get us anywhere closer. And a flowering grass. All grasses are flowering plants. Astral Storm. They're part of. They're angiosperms. Yeah. This is so tricky. Well, let's be here. Let me try and learn some of these clades here. Lemongrass is... What clade does this belong to? This is part of Poaceae, the true grasses. So we know it's not going to be part of this clade. But is it a monocot? This is Ariaceae. I know that clade name. Let's see if we've got a member of Ariaceae. So... Ariaceae includes all of the palms, right? Aracales? Let's try a palm. Oil palm? Sure, why not? And, no. That's in the same family as lemongrass? My plant phylogeny just breaks my brain. Okay, monocots. What's the major division within monocots? Liliales. I presume that includes the water lily, right? So I think we can ignore that clade. And the Commelinids, that's not a family? It's a broader clade, but it has id at the end. I'm so confused. Again, it makes me really impressed by anybody who actually knows who knows their plant phylogeny. Okay. I don't think it's going to be a member of that group. Could it be a dicot? Yeah. And water lily might be an oddball. So, Mesangiospermae. This doesn't necessarily mean that our critter is a monocot, right? It could still be a dicot? Do I have that right? A lot of things are dicots. Eudicots. try apple, maybe. Magnolias might be in there. Petrodactylus? I mean, yeah. They very well could be. Apple's a very good one to smoke things up. Thank you, Hibiscus. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Let's try that. All right. Pentapetalae. Does this mean 5 petals? Well, well, well. Now we're cooking with apple sauce. So this is a member of the core eudicots. We're getting somewhere here. We're getting somewhere. And of course, this doesn't show up in one zoom. I just don't have that clade. Okay. All right, the core eudicots. An extremely large and diverse group, oh boy, accounting for about 65% of the species richness of angiosperms. Okay, there's still, we have so much further to go to narrow it down. Yeah. But at least we know it's on the opposite side from apples. If there's like a major binary division here, it'll be on the opposite side from apples. So maybe we can use that to figure this out a little bit. Rosids, asterids. Is this Asteraceae or Asteridae? No, Asteraceae is part of asterids. Okay, let's search sunflower and see if that gets us anywhere closer. Well, again, I don't know enough about this. Asterids are above Asteraceae. No, then why is it id? Id is supposed to be a... You know what's going on here? There's a different naming system for plants and for animals. I'm going by the animal rules, but there's an entirely different code. So the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature, this set of rules, chronicled in this book on how we name animals, is different than the rule book for plants. So that's part of what's confusing me here. Yeah. We need the ICBM? The Intercontinental Ballistic Missile? I hope not, Claire. We'll get through this. Don't worry. Don't despair. You know? Yeah. Bonch says, plant people follow their own rules, man. I mean, literally, yes. Yeah. And there you go, Captain Swerve. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What's the opposite of an apple? If there's like a major binary division within Pentapetalae, what would be on the opposite side from apples? Here, what I'm gonna do is click Rosids, Super Rosids, or that's what we were already looking at, or eudicots. If this is just a massive polytomy here, that's gonna be really frustrating. Like if there isn't a clear split. Tulip Walt says rhubarb. Tulip Waltz, I'm inclined to believe you based on your username. You seem like you might be a plant person. Rhubarb. The family Polygonaceae. The knotweed or buckwheat family. Okay. Which is part of Caryophyllales. which includes cacti, carnations, beets, quinoa, spinach, amaranths, pig faces, and ice plants. Rushes and salt bushes. Rhubarb, oh boy, okay. Which is part of these super asterids. This plant supergroup, right? Let's try, I guess. Let's try rhubarb. Yeah. Basically, everything opposite rosids is not rosids. There you go. Oh boy, I think I remember hearing that from like Tony Santori or somebody. Let's try rhubarb.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. And no. Let's try rose. No. That's part of Rosaceae alongside the apples. I should have known that. Like, I had a vague awareness that that's the case. Gosh darn it. Well, okay. At least we know it's not part of Rosaceae. And thank you, Mango Pains, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. But yeah, so we've at least eliminated Rosaceae, right, Hibiscus? Really speciose group? And Deke Vorsten, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. 4,828 known species and 91 genera. Holy cow. Okay. No, it's not part of that clade, but it's got to be a eudicot. So what else do we have? Proteales. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Who else have we got? Here we go. Here's a phylogeny. Okay. So we know it's not going to be part of super rosids, so we can eliminate that clade. It's not going to be one of these, right? Because this includes the... Didn't we just try Caryophyllales, and this is what rhubarbs were part of? So we know it's not going to be one of these guys. Cornales. Ericales. Oh, goodness. Southern Hemisphere woody flowering plants. It's probably not going to be one of those. It doesn't sound particularly speciose. Santalales. Oh, goodness. Okay, let's try something like cranberry. There we go. Ericales. This clade includes cranberry. Let's see if we can knock out this clade, because it sounds like it's pretty speciose. Cranberry. Let's see. Okay, our critter is an asterid, but it's not a cranberry. And I don't think it's a blueberry. Petrodactylus. I mean, it could be. It's part of Asteridae, or the asterids. Get rid of these other tabs. Okay. There we go. Asterids. 17 orders and more than 80,000 species. Ah! Okay. About a third of the total flowering plant species. We're really narrowing it down, aren't we? Okay, let's collect ourselves here. We just did a guess. We know our mystery plant is an asterid. And we know it's not a cranberry, which tells us that whatever larger clade cranberries are part of, we can ignore that one. So let's think about this. cranberries. Let's click on that, and then let's go up. They're part of Ericaceae, so we know it's not a member of that clade. Or Ericales. So let's look at that phylogeny here. Okay, we know it's not part of this clade. But it could be any one of these, it seems. Asterales, isn't that, didn't we guess sunflower? Maybe we didn't. It could be a sunflower. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna guess sunflower. And if that gets us closer, then we know it's a member of this clade. If it doesn't get us closer, we know it's a part of the Lamiids. So let's try sunflower.
Hold on to your butts.
Okay, it is part of Asteroideae. But it's not a sunflower. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Oh, man. Okay, okay. See, if you know a thing or two about evolution and how to think about phylogenies and trees like this, not trees like plants, but like a tree of life, a family tree, then you can still kind of figure these things out, you know? You don't have to be an expert on plant phylogeny. You can still suss out what's going on to a certain extent. Okay. It is part of Asteroideae, but it's not a sunflower. Asteroideae, there we go. Wait, hang on. Asteraceae. Is that essentially equivalent to just this side of the... Hang on. And, I don't know why our lights are doing that. It's being buggy. What the heck is going on here? Lumia stream, that's annoying. Okay. Well, okay, at least we know it's not part of this clade, the Lamiids, right? Instead, it's got to be one of these. But it's not the one that includes sunflowers. Aquifoliales is not a very speciose group. How many species we got here? Like 8? The holly family. Okay, no, there's a lot of them. Let's try and knock out this clade. Again, we're not going to do well in this, so let's at least be smart about how we do it. I don't know enough to get too fancy about this, so let's just do the grunt work, knock out these clades one by one. Holly. No. Short Apache Shark, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. How many times have people mispronounced your name here on Twitch? I'm guessing it's been a few. But welcome, Short Apache Shark. I just did it. Yeah. Okay, so we know it's not... This is part of Asteroideae. Asteroideae. Hang on. Are we getting a... Is it... It's just not matching up again, these two different clades? That's annoying. Okay, Chrysanthemums. I wish this would show me this in like a tree format instead of a list. But, this is the sunflower clade, right? Asteriae? Yeah, so we know it's not part of that. But I know this is thrilling to watch right now, everybody, but we will get it. We will get it. Oh, goodness. Sunflowers in it. Thank you, Hibiscus. You're invested in this bunch? Me too. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. I think part of what's making this difficult is that plant people are dialed in. To the point where, you hover over each of these links on Wikipedia, and it's not necessarily going to tell you, like, oh, this includes common species like this or that, like, your average person on the bus will have heard of. Like, no, if you're reading plant Wikipedia, you know a thing or two about plants. They're not dumbing things down here, Yeah. And sunflowers are Helanthia. That makes a lot of sense, Astral Storm. Like Helios. Same root word. Sun. Helium. Yeah. Okay, okay. So this includes the sunflowers. There we go. Okay. Let's try Daisy then. Just like that computer sang in that movie. People don't think about 2001: A Space Odyssey being a musical, but go. And what do you know? We're getting closer. If you try daisies, try not to push them up. We already did, Cacklinsworth. And we live to tell the tale. Anthemidae. Okay, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Is this actually a family? Anthemidae? Have we gotten it down to the family level, or are we still like oh, there's over 49,000 million species in this clade? Anthemidae. Okay. Only about 1,800 species in 111 genera. Okay, we're making progress here. We're making progress. Yeah. And it's just a laundry list of different genera. What?
What?
Help me out here, Wikipedia. This is... Okay. Does one Zoom have this clade at least? Will this be any help? No. Okay. Let's try chamomile. I guess.
Hold on to your butts.
Oh, what, is that it? Yes! We got it! Oh man, it only took 12 guesses? That's not the worst, you know? Holy cow. That's worth posting too, I guess. Yeah.
But in the serious game of paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
And SurgeSev00, thank you for the follow. You've come in at just the right time because we're going to get onto some fun stuff here. I've got a whole roster of videos to take a look at. And we'll discuss the importance of plants in our world today, their fossil history, how they have changed the world around us. Yeah. I mentioned a couple times that plants, in exploiting new ecosystems and kind of taking over the land, they may have actually caused a mass extinction event in Earth's history. Let's talk about that. Here's a video from PBS Eons about this that I am curious to watch, given that I do not specialize in fossil plants.
In the middle of the Cambrian period, about 500 million years ago, the face of our...
And Cambrian, so this is going to be not land plants. It's too early for that. This is going to be marine photosynthetic organisms, I presume. Because we didn't have true land plants until what, like the early Silurian or late Ordovician, something like that? Maybe this is the Ordovician extinction events and Ordovician. Anyway, to set the stage here, give you some context in terms of time. This is the first time I've pulled this up this week. Holy cow. Here is the International Chronostratigraphic Chart. We refer to this all the time as paleontologists and geologists and evolutionary biologists. But this is a time chart. You know, going back in time, the further down you go, the longer ago it was, more ancient. We're up here at the very top, 0 million years ago, in the Holocene stage, or Holocene epoch of the Quaternary period of the Cenozoic era, the age of mammals. 66 million years ago at the end of the Cretaceous, that's when that asteroid hit and wiped out all the dinosaurs except for birds. Before that, you've got the Jurassic and Triassic periods. Dinosaurs first evolve here about maybe 240 million years ago, give or take. The oldest dinosaurs we have, I think, so far from the Carnian. Oldest unequivocal dinosaurs. Before that, you've got the Permian, the Carboniferous, the Devonian, the Silurian, the Ordovician, and somewhere in here that the first land plants evolve. I'm sure we'll be learning that today. And then there's the Cambrian before this. So, whenever I think Cambrian, I think 500 million years ago. Half a bill. But the Cambrian stretches from about 541 to 485. But 500, nice round number, Cambrian period. That's when all kinds of weird critters like these were scuttling about, doing their thing. This is the Burgess Shale fauna. Major explosion in multicellular life. Really important time in Earth history. Many of the major clades of animals start to appear around this time. Including our own clade, the vertebrates. The chordates first show up in the Cambrian. Anyway, now that we've got that stage set, let's watch the darn video.
In the middle of the Cambrian period, about 500 million years ago, the face of our planet looked completely different. There was land, but there weren't any plants or animals living on it, anywhere.
And it says 500 million years, wait for a cup of tea. I mean, yeah, I guess those animals that were around back then, 500 million years ago, they had to wait about 500 million years for a cup of tea. How lucky are you? You only have to wait for as long as your electric kettle takes to heat up, huh?
Instead, the dry land was rocky and barren with no shrubs or trees or grasses. But clinging to the rocks and the thin ancient soils was life, just a paper-thin film of microbes. These microbes were most likely the only terrestrial life around and had been for several billion years. Scientists think that these ancient microbial films were probably made up of cyanobacteria and maybe some of the first fungi. And each bacterium was likely doing what cyanobacteria do today, sending out tiny filaments of cells from the main bacterial mat to start new colonies. So the fact is, for a good chunk of Earth's history, cyanobacteria had a monopoly on the terrestrial environment.
And good for them. I mean, what a sweet gig. There's nobody else on land. You're like, hey, we're just hanging out here. We're like kind of encrusting in a slime-like way upon these different substrates. Not a care in the world, except maybe if your water source disappears and then you dry out in the sun. Or maybe you freeze if it's cold. But anyway, not many worries apart from that.
But life...
Also, you don't have a brain, so you're not really capable of worrying. Although, can plants worry? I don't know. That might be something that predates having a brain. These are more philosophical questions than anything.
On land was about to get a little more crowded, and those newcomers would end up changing the world. Their arrival would make the world colder and fast, and it would drain much of the oxygen out of the world's oceans. Eventually, it would help cause a massive extinction event in which around 85% of animal species, including a quarter of marine animal families, disappeared from the planet forever. This environmental catastrophe is known today as the End-Ordovician extinction event, and it was the first of what we often call the Big Five mass extinctions in the history of our planet.
Yep. So we talked about this quite a bit last week, actually, kept coming up. But this is a topic that, you know, when you're studying the history of life on Earth, when you're studying paleontology, this is really important to understand. The Big Five mass extinction events. There's lots of other extinction events that are happening where one species or dozens of species or hundreds or even thousands of species are going extinct. But these are the 5 times in Earth history where you just get, you know, the majority of species on Earth dying out. These are big events, and, like, they're noteworthy in the rock record. So, like, you get the disappearance of trilobites entirely by the Permo-Triassic extinction event. Trilobites were kind of on the decline before this. Ammonites disappear entirely from the fossil record right here at this event 66 million years ago. So critters that were really common in the fossil record just end up blinking out of existence. No more of them. Yeah. And it was these mass extinction events that often they caused early geologists, people studying these things for the first time, to realize, oh, something big happened here. We should give this time period a different name. So when we're talking about each of these time periods like this, they're often punctuated by extinction events. So, like, you know, the end Cretaceous, that's when that asteroid hit. Dinosaurs disappear from the record here, except for birds. So do ammonites and mosasaurs and plesiosaurs and other groups like that. They die out at the end of the Cretaceous. A lot of plants died out, too. So you get these major changes that occur, and it's like, that's a big... it's a big event, you know? Anywho. And there you go, Lilith. How about, yeah, Neosaurus. Whether or not that's a dinosaur, we're still not sure, but yeah.
So what could have caused such a massive global calamity? Well, scientists think it may have been kicked off by the world's first tiny terrestrial plants.
Nuts. In the Ordovician?
Now, we don't exactly know what the first terrestrial plant on Earth was, but we have a good idea of what it looked like and how it lived. Unlike animals, plants tend to leave behind a terrible fossil record. You might get a leaf or a stem, but rarely a whole plant.
True. That is very true. Yeah. Lots of pollen, though. I mean, plants have, at the same time, if you're thinking about it from an animal perspective, you're not going to get like a beautiful, complete skeleton of a plant. That's very rare to have, like, you're almost never going to get the whole plant preserved. You'll get a stem, you'll get a leaf, you'll get several leaves, you'll get a trunk, but the trunk is missing the branches and the leaves. It's missing the roots usually. The leaves are missing the trunk. You just get bits and pieces. But plant fossils are common in certain parts of the world. Very common. And pollen It's way more common than that. So you can get just a tiny sample of rock, and you can get hundreds or thousands of pollen grains out of that. And if somebody really knows her stuff and she's looking at that under the microscope, she can identify which plants were present in that environment from the tiniest sample. So the record for plants, it's at the same time wonderful and terrible. Drawn Out Love, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah.
So the earliest fossil record of land plants isn't parts of their bodies.
We'll check on the 3D
It's
print
their
later.
spores, the particles that ancient plants used to reproduce. Pollen didn't exist when plants first made the move onto land.
And that's a good point, actually. I said pollen, didn't I? Later, by the Mesozoic, you've got pollen. But you don't have that early on. The first plants on land did not have pollen.
But there were spores, like the ones you'd see today on a moss or a fern. Back in the 1990s, scientists found lots of plant spores in rocks from Saudi Arabia and the Czech Republic. These spores were dated to 462 million years ago, during that cooling event that took place in the Ordovician period. And they could tell they came from land plants and not aquatic plants, because the spores had a thick covering that all land plant spores have today. This covering protects the spores as they deal with environmental stressors like wind or flowing water.
And so I guess we know that these are not marine plants. They're not living in the ocean because marine plants don't have that kind of coating on their spores, I guess. Makes sense to me.
And aquatic plants don't have that because they don't need it in their environment.
There you go. Okay.
Tend to be less harsh. And this covering is also what allows spores to fossilize, along with the fact that they are produced in huge quantities in a variety of habitats. In 2010, even older spores were found in Argentina, and they dated to 470 million years ago. But paleontologists think that the arrival of plants on land actually happened even earlier, based on dates produced by the method known as the molecular clock. By looking at the average number of changes in DNA over time, scientists can calculate when a type of organism evolved on Earth.
And yeah, I don't know. As a paleontologist who works with body fossils of critters, like, I always have so many caveats that I want to bring up about molecular clocks. Like, it's not necessarily a steady rate of evolution over time. There's a lot of, like, weird assumptions you can get from this kind of method. And don't get me started. Yeah.
And this method puts plants on land at least 515 million years ago, right in the middle of the Cambrian period. And it looks like land plants started diversifying almost as soon as they left the oceans. The fossil spores...
Well, of course they would have. You know, you would have a big adaptive radiation there because plants suddenly find themselves in new territory, like dry land, and it's almost like they turn to each other and they say, it's free real estate. You know? The world's your oyster. It's free real estate. Go nuts. So there you go. Logan, heck yeah. Yeah. Gotta film them niches, exactly, Claire. So we see this again and again when, like, organisms find themselves in, like, unclaimed territory. Maybe it's after a big extinction event and all or most of the competitors get wiped out. The lucky survivors can just take over the earth. Or when plants move onto land, like, there's nobody else here. They could just go bonkers and diversify like crazy, and that's exactly what they did.
Spores in Argentina started diversifying almost as soon as they left the oceans.
Yeah.
The fossil spores in Argentina weren't just from one kind of plant, but from at least 5 different kinds, a little community of Ordovician plants. It's hard to know what those plants were based on spores, but scientists can tell they were non-vascular, meaning that they didn't have the system of roots and tubes that many modern plants use to move water and nutrients around. Paleobotanists are still debating on what exactly the first type of land plant actually was, but they agree that it was small and moss-like, probably some kind of green algae or liverwort. And these were pioneering little plants, venturing from the water into conditions where they were at risk of drying out. Scientists think that these early plants probably clung to rocks near the water. There they released their spores, taking advantage of the tide to disperse those spores, like their ancestors had done for generations, and gradually transitioning from aquatic to terrestrial life. Over time, through natural selection, they acquired adaptations for life on land, like hard-walled spores and waxy coverings called cuticles that allowed them to become more fully terrestrial.
Does this remind anybody of a similar innovation in another clade that we've talked about quite a bit? Moving up onto land, becoming more terrestrial. What does this remind you of? There you go. Yeah. Amniotes with their hard-shelled eggs, the ancestors of reptiles and mammals. They developed similar adaptations to be able to survive in a fully terrestrial environment, to divorce themselves from the water if they need to go inland in a really dry environment. They developed hard-shelled, waterproof in the sense that these eggs are keeping their moisture inside. They're you don't need to have like layered jelly-like vulnerable eggs in the water anymore. You can have an egg with a proper shell on land, and you can go live out in the desert or in the woods or wherever, you know? You don't have to be in a pond. Yeah, similar idea here. It's cool to see, even in very disparate groups, like plants and animals, similar kind of story happening when they're trying to move up onto the land, you know?
And waxy coverings called cuticles that allowed them to become more.
Oh, which actually reminds me, speaking of laying your eggs on land, I found out something really weird this weekend when I was doing some background reading on turtles. There's a kind of turtle who lays her eggs underwater. I'm not kidding. Who was this? There we go. Is it the northern snake-necked turtle? Yeah! This species of turtle, the northern snake-necked turtle, will lay its eggs underwater. What? Just bonkers. Unlike any other turtle, C. rugosa lays her eggs underwater. Aboriginal Australians have had knowledge of this reproductive behavior for many generations, and they probably told other people that are like, what are you talking about? But the first published report was by Kennett et al. In 1993. Nests are excavated in soft substrate in billabongs and other ephemeral bodies of slow-moving fresh water toward the end of the wet season. Austral summer, December to April. An average of 12 eggs are buried under 6 to 20 centimeters of sediment in shallow water, less than 2 meters deep. As the dry season progresses and the waters recede, as things dry out, the nests eventually dry out, and only then, when atmospheric oxygen is available, do the embryos within the eggs resume growth. Nuts. So she essentially lays like dormant eggs under sediment under the water, then things dry out, and then embryonic development kicks into high gear. The embryos develop inside, and then they hatch. Exhibiting a reproductive strategy almost unique among reptiles, embryos of C. rugosa can survive at least 12 weeks of submersion. I bet most of you in chat can't even survive 12 weeks of submersion underwater. Don't try it. Yeah. The hatchlings emerge approximately 70 days after resumption of development. So that's wild. So she can just lay her eggs whenever she wants, essentially, under the water. And then that clock starts ticking only after things have dried up. Then the eggs start to develop. The embryos start their development. That's bonkers. Yeah. And there you go, long shot plays. Yeah. Yeah. Wild. Turtles, man. Yeah.
I like turtles.
They're so weird and cool. Speaking of which, that's what I'm printing right now. And I'm a little bit concerned because if you look at the left side, that part of the print is peeling up off of the print bed. It's got about 4 or 5 hours left. I'm really hoping we don't get a catastrophic failure with this. But I'm printing a trianicid turtle. A soft-shelled turtle. Like a fleshed out one. Trianikidae. Really cool group of turtles. These are some of the ones that we were digging up in Wyoming. They have a fossil record that goes back at least to the Cretaceous period. And so they are still around today, but they thrived in a world ruled by dinosaurs. And so I figure that'll be a nice addition to the background for future streams. So yeah. What do those turtles eat, really, as Astral Storm? These turtles will eat fishes and stuff like that. They'll eat worms. Many species will kind of eat whatever falls under the water. They're generalists. Yeah, soft-shelled turtles. And I actually have my trianicid head is already printed. I'll go grab it and I'll show you. This print is about life size. We get in 3 pieces. And thank you, Kilpe Sirotoxoxo. Appreciate the follow. There we go. Little pig nose on this guy. Just like you see here. Yeah. So with any luck, this will be ready before stream tomorrow. Maybe we'll do a Turtle Tuesday. Because yeah, we don't have anything planned for tomorrow. So we'll make it a Turtle Tuesday tomorrow, I think. That'll be fun. Yeah. Anywho, where were we? Plants. And their early evolution on land. Let's continue.
Or fully terrestrial. And it looks like they're
and I will paint it. I don't know if my airbrush is working, Raffle, or else we'll see. But I will paint it.
Rocks is what would have
eventually
spelled disaster for life in the oceans. Today, the scientific name for living material that clings to rocks is cryptogamic cover. And this cover doesn't just sit there, it interacts with the rocks, wearing them down over time and releasing minerals like phosphorus, potassium, and iron. Scientists have used modern cryptogamic covers to see how the first plants might have worn rocks down 500 million years ago. By growing moss on rocks and measuring the minerals released, they found that moss-covered rocks released 60 times more phosphorus than rocks without moss. Once
Very
it's
cool.
freed from the rocks, the phosphorus gets...
So this is actually one of these things that's really important because this is how plants created soil. Soil did not exist before land plants. That is something that they, by breaking down the substrate, the rocks that they were growing on, their roots go down, they split things up, they're breaking things down both mechanically and chemically, and that's what led to the development of soils over time. Really cool stuff. Raffle says it was the plan all along. I mean, there's a reason why I made the stream title what it is today, right? I, for one, welcome our new herbaceous overlords. By new, I mean, what, like 400 plus million years old? But yeah. Yeah.
It's washed away by rainfall,
Anyway, phosphorus into the oceans, too. This is a big deal.
traveling over landscapes and eventually flowing into the oceans. And geologists have found evidence of this very phenomenon in the deep past. In rock formations in modern-day New Mexico and Texas, they found phosphorus in deposits dating to the late Ordovician, when the American Southwest was underwater and just as plants were getting a foothold on the land. And those ancient deposits doomed animal life in the oceans.
Yep.
That's because phosphorus is one of the nutrients that plants need for growth, but it's usually in short supply. Plants can only get it from the breaking down of rocks. So a major influx of phosphorus into the oceans would have caused an explosion of marine plants in the form of huge algal blooms. After algae bloom, they eventually die and are broken down by bacteria.
And then those bacteria, I think, consume a lot of oxygen, right? So they're kind of like sucking all the oxygen out of the surrounding water. And everybody who relies on that oxygen is out of luck.
And this process uses up a lot of the oxygen in the water. As a result, the ocean becomes oxygen poor or hypoxic, or even anoxic, where there's no oxygen left. And since marine animals need oxygen, they can't survive. But that's not the only change that was caused by the phosphorus runoff.
Again, this illustrates one of these really important points in the history of life on Earth, the evolution and development of biodiversity and Earth systems. All these things are connected, you know? The development of plants on land influences the oceans and causes anoxic events that kills off all these critters in the oceans. You know, these things they're interlinked in ways that you wouldn't think of right off the bat. You'd be surprised at how intertwined all of this stuff is, you know?
A hypoxic ocean can
There you
also
go, Luke
cool
Herman's,
the
yes.
climate because carbon needs to bind with oxygen to cycle out of the ocean and into the atmosphere as carbon dioxide. But when ocean water is hypoxic, the carbon just gets buried in the sediments and stays there. In the geologic record, buried organic carbon with no oxygen shows up as black shales. And there are extensive black shale deposits in places like China and northern Africa, dating to the late Ordovician. So an oxygen-poor ocean and a cooler climate could have certainly been behind the major extinction of ocean life. Now, in fairness to the plants, experts know that there were other things going on that likely contributed to the extinction event. Namely, it was also a time of massive tectonic activity. New mountains were forming, like the Appalachians, and huge volcanic eruptions took place as tectonic plates of the supercontinent Gondwana moved and folded against each other. Some researchers even suspect that all of the gases spewed out by those volcanoes cooled the Earth, causing volcanic winters.
Yeah, this is... And hang on, Hibiscus, let me show you. Metaflora. Here we go. I got it in... Hang on. Yeah, there we go. With 13 guesses remaining out of 25, so I got it in 12 guesses. Not too shabby. Not too shabby for a dinosaur paleontologist. And you were right, Hibiscus, yeah.
Plus, acid rain likely caused weathering of the new mountains, which removed even more carbon from the atmosphere and drove even more global cooling. But what stands out in the geologic record is how sudden this cold snap was. Starting around 488 million years ago, the planet began to cool, and the temperature continued to drop over the next 44 million years, which is pretty fast in geologic terms.
Again, this is really important to understand. This is the perspective that paleontology gives us. You know, 44 million years, and the temperature is dropping that quickly during it, over a span of 44 million years. When we think of climate change today and the extraordinarily rapid pace that it's going at, like we are really messing up our climate really quickly as human beings. In what, a couple hundred years? As opposed to 44 million. Like, if we end up causing a feedback loop that just sends the temperature, global temperatures going up and up and up and up and up, that'll be a straight line up here, you know? Like, it won't even be, it'll be the blink of a geologic eye, not 44 million years. We're talking about a few hundred years, you know? Yeah.
So something else must have been at work to cause that amount of cooling in such a short time frame. And based on the evidence and modern experimental work, it looks like that trigger might have been plants moving onto land.
So, again, sometimes you'll encounter people who don't want to, they're like philosophically opposed to the idea of human-caused climate change. Like they're like, oh, that can't be happening. You know, I don't buy it. It's like, okay. But we see again and again and again in the history of life on Earth that you just tweak things a little bit and you can get massive climate changes that occur pretty rapidly in geological terms. So like over a few million years or something like that, or 44 million years in the example that we were just talking about. And again, this might have just been caused by plants moving onto the land. This is not even spewing up, like we're doing, industrial scale quantities of greenhouse gases, just all of this pollution up into the atmosphere, changing the very composition of the atmosphere itself. Like, we're doing some pretty dramatic stuff. If these humble little plants could cause a global ice age, then, you look at the changes that we are forcing on our planet. These humble plants pale in comparison to what we're doing, That sort of perspective, I think, is really important for people to have. And I feel like if more people got to learn about this sort of thing in school, if it were, people had this information readily available to them through popular media and stuff, a lot of folks would understand these things better. And that's a big part of what I'm trying to do here on Twitch,
But there's no need to hate on plants because of all of the downstream effects that came with their big terrestrial transition. Sure, the first land plants were the spark that wreaked havoc on ocean biodiversity, but they also paved the way for all the terrestrial life that came after. Because those tiny plants set up the conditions for more sophisticated terrestrial life to evolve. They built up a rich soil base through death and decomposition, and they gradually flooded the atmosphere with oxygen. And over time, the plants themselves took over the land. Their roots became longer to tap deeper for nutrients. Vascular tissues began to carry water and minerals around the plants, supporting the growth of much bigger plants. Later, huge changes, like the evolution of flowering plants, transformed the vegetation on Earth into the ancestors of the plants that we see today and use for food. If it weren't for the pioneering little plants that got a foothold on land 500 million years ago, our planet might still be barren, rocky, and populated by nothing but microbial films. So maybe we can give them a pass for getting the ball rolling on the world's first mass extinction.
Fair. Excellent video from PBS Eons there. Here is a link in the chat for you.
It's squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so
flat?
thin, it's about the same dimension as
what?
The wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the
Blue
paper
plant.
towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dirter in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
X Riker, thank you for the 9 months of support. Woo plant indeed. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for keeping me here online with your support.
Riker,
thank you.
Dirter.
Nice. All right. Let's take a look at, well, I know I've gotten this question before, like, how do you get fossilized plants? I think we all kind of understand how you get fossilized bones, or at least if you don't understand, here's a quick little step-by-step guide on how to become a fossil, because I know some of you, for some of you this might be a dream of yours to one day become a fossil. Here's how to do it. As an animal.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Yeah,
once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2, get buried fast. If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers. Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you. Step 3, soak in groundwater
mineralization is what we call this.
Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, Dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton, or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil.
So, fair enough.
Step 4.
You know, for an animal with a skeleton, either an endo or an exoskeleton, in the case of this trilobite, it kind of makes sense. You've already got hard parts. It's easy to imagine how you could turn that into a fossil, I suppose, through permineralization. But, how do you do that for a plant? How do plant fossils form? Here's Kirk Johnson to explain that to us. I'm really excited because Kirk might actually be joining us out in Wyoming.
Just ask this scientician. He'll tell you that in nature.
Dragon Gang, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Kirk here might actually be joining us out in Wyoming.
Separates the fossilized plants from, I imagine everything doesn't get fossilized. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's the key thing that you have to know about fossils is that in order to become a fossil, you've got to die and you got to get buried.
Okay.
Right? And if you don't get buried, say you just fall over in the forest somewhere, you're going to rot away. So it's death plus burial. So if you're a dinosaur, you fall over and you die, chances are you're not going to become a fossil unless you live in a place where stuff gets buried. And what are those places? There are places like Louisiana, for instance. Right? If you Louisiana, the whole landscape is sinking slowly, and the stream is always dumping out sediment and putting more layers on it. So in an area that's sinking is what I call D world or deposition world.
Right.
And if you were to drill a hole beneath New Orleans, you would go down almost 20,000 feet in layered mud that's only 25 million years old.
What?
That's literally miles of thickness.
Yes.
It's miles. So if a fish died in New Orleans 10 million years ago, it would be 10,000 feet down.
Wow.
And in the sediment it was buried in is being compacted into rock.
So I've seen this image geologically of the Gulf of Mexico and how it goes out underwater and there's like this big giant cliff. So all of that stuff is from the river?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, and from rivers dating back to millions of years.
So again, this is a really important point, this idea of like a depositional environment. Here we go. Yeah. So you can kind of see that in some of these satellite images where the water just looks like muddy and murky, and it's because it is. Like, this is just full of sediment. The Mississippi River and tributaries and rivers that come off of it and everything, I guess they all kind of converge along the Mississippi, don't they? But anyway, you get this big delta like this, and it's just dumping all of the sediment out here. This is, like Kirk Johnson said, D-World, a depositional setting. This is where stuff is getting buried and where you can get fossilized. It's different from an erosional environment, you know? So, like, this is an erosional environment. Sediment is not being deposited there. The summit of Mount Everest is like your quintessential erosional environment. Wind and rain and freeze-thaw and stuff like that. It's just breaking this down and it's sending sediment downhill. Down in the basin somewhere, you can get stuff getting buried, but that's not happening up here. This is an erosional environment. Does that make sense? Yeah. Distributors. Oh, thank you, Premodernist History. Okay. Rivers that radiate out in a delta are called distributaries. That makes intuitive sense. Yeah. So anywho, D-World and E-World. I like how he says that.
Geologically of the Gulf of Mexico and how it goes out underwater and there's like this big giant cliff. So all of that
that's out
stuff
here
is
along the continental shelf.
from the river?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, and from rivers dating back to millions of years. So the Earth is, as it erodes mountain ranges, all the sediment ground up mountain ranges end up at the edge of the continents and piling up in thick layers of sediment or limestone or other kinds of stuff. And that's where you create the fossils. An animal dies or animal plant dies, is buried in an area that's sinking, which buries it deeply, and that turns the sediment into rock.
Yes.
And they're at depth. And then eventually what happens is some other first phenomenon pushes that area back up. So areas that were depositional areas, or D world, become lifted up into what is called E world or erosion world.
Yep.
So if you can look at North America, for instance, most of North America right now is erosion world or E world.
It's getting eroded away.
There's mountains. Anytime you see a hill or a mountain, you know that stuff's eroding away. Look at the Mississippi River.
Anytime you
drainage.
see a river, right?
Yeah,
River,
exactly.
Yeah.
Some areas, and so there are think about this. There are rivers in erosion world, like the Colorado River is cutting the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
Not a good place to become a fossil. That's just grinding away and taking it out to the sea.
But it used to be a really good place to be a fossil because we have so many fossils there. As the river cuts down through those strata, we've got this beautiful record of the history of life on Earth in there. That was a depositional environment for a long, long, long time. There's some gaps in that record from when it switched to being an erosional environment. So like that time is missing from those particular layers in that part of the world. But there's a long history of deposition there. And then now it's become erosional. And we've got this beautiful slice through it. So you can look at all of the layers on end like that.
It goes side to side and meanders. And,
But that same river, like Mississippi, when it gets down to New Orleans, great place to make a fossil. So that's the E world, D world difference. And the best place to find fossils, and like maybe the best place in the world to find fossils, is Western United States, because
one of the best
most
places,
of the last 500 million years, that landscape was sinking. It was D world. But then when the uplift of the Rocky Mountains started, it pushed that area back up and exposed those rocks in E world. So you want D.
And Raffle makes a good point. Yeah, like, and somebody else was saying this too, that there's, at the summit of Everest, there are ocean fossils. I think like Devonian invertebrates. So that was the bottom of the ocean at one point. And then for the Himalaya mountains in particular, those have been pushed up really rapidly. From this happening. This is India. India used to be stuck to the side of Africa and the other Gondwanan continents like that. So if we go back, here's India right here. 220 million years ago. That's India, that triangle shape. And over time, as the continents split apart, India ends up off on its own. Here we go, 105 million years ago. There's India there, and it starts rocketing up toward Asia. A pretty rapid clip. Really fast by continent standards. Yeah, here by the end of the Cretaceous, it is cruising. So, and then it slams into mainland Asia. And then as it's doing that, it pushes up that mountain range. So this area that used to be underwater over here ends up 30,000 feet in the sky. That's why you can get fossils of marine invertebrates, clam fossils and stuff like that, 30,000 feet in the air. Pretty cool. So that's a depositional environment being forcibly turned into an erosional environment. Does that make sense?
So you bury them,
then
lift them, and erode the stuff off the top of them, and now they're exposed.
Exactly. And sometimes you uplift them
this ocean.
in
There you go,
a
Sasplug,
regular way. So in one place, you might be able to see a cross-section of the entire stack. And there's a place near Cody, Wyoming, where you can see from 2.5 billion years to 60 million years in one spot.
Jeez.
It's better than the Grand Canyon.
That is...
Yeah, because it's tilted, so you can see it on end.
Lifted and turned. Now it's more horizontal or at an angle rather than
exactly. It used to be flat and then it turned up and they're almost vertical, and you just count the pages like this all the way through.
Wow. And each layer has its representative fossils.
Exactly.
Hey, Dr. Efson, welcome.
Like always, there's sort of local D world, like the immediate area around you. Like you're standing next to a mud bluff and it slumps down and buries you.
Right.
You just got buried in a little narrow piece of D world.
I see.
But if you want to look at it at the
Welcome,
continental
Stats Blog.
scale,
It's good to have you here.
most of North
you're
America
doing well.
is E-world, but they're little local ponds and little local lakes.
Yeah.
But those local things are not going to get preserved. They'll eventually fill up in a roadway too.
Yeah.
So the fossils are going to be in those places where the whole landscape is sinking.
Whole landscape. So what places would that be on Earth today?
The edges of the continents primarily, or the shallow, low elevation parts of the margins of the continents.
Okay, is that generally true throughout history?
Yeah.
I
So as a result, we really don't have much of a fossil record for mountains or hills.
Wow. So for example, right now, humans are distributed primarily along coastlines.
Yep.
So
Your desk.
would it be-
Your stats book. Lots of deposition happening. Yeah. Yeah. That's the law of superposition. I think there was a similar analogy. In an old Bill Nye the Science Guy episode about dinosaurs, this idea of deposition. Where is that? Using the analogy of like a messy room.
For knowing that dinosaurs once lived.
Hi, I'm Ivy. That's my brother James.
Hi.
And this is his room. It's looked like this pretty much since, well, forever, I guess. Usually I don't come in here because I think it's sad. But today, for the first time ever,
Shade throw.
all this junk is gonna come in handy. You see, looking for something in a mess like this is a lot like digging for fossils. The deeper you dig, the older stuff you'll find.
Yep.
There might even be stuff you don't want to find.
Anyway, we call this the law of superposition. The oldest stuff is generally at the bottom, unless everything's been flipped. Yeah. Basically, the deeper you go, the older things are. And this might seem like a really simple idea, but this was, it was a big deal when people like William Strata Smith and James Hutton first talked about this, like during the beginning of scientific geology in the UK a couple hundred years ago. It was a big deal. Like before then, people were thinking about landscapes and rocks and mountains, and they're like, it's who knows? It's magic, I guess. Is kind of everyone's default assumption. But then these early geologists started to actually study these things in depth. Started to look at the rock layers, think about things, run experiments, make observations, and they eventually figured out, like, oh, shoot, different kinds of strata, sandstone and limestone, are from different environments. They're made up of different things. Sandstone is like compressed sand. And the older stuff is down below, the younger stuff is up top, because the stuff forms naturally over time. Again, it was not that long ago that these discoveries were first made, that, like, people really started to figure this stuff out. Geology, in many ways, is a fairly young science. I think it's fun to point that out. Like, this is a very modern discipline in a lot of ways. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, just the idea that geological layers had anything to do with time, that notion was a big deal. It was, yeah. And there's still a, especially here in the United States, a shocking and bewildering number of people who refuse to believe that notion. They're like, nah, all the rocks are from, you know, all those rocks are from Noah's flood, you know? Because my pastor told me, or whatever. Like, that's not what the data show, you know? Maybe there's some beautiful things to be gleaned from that story, but it's not geology, you know? again, it might seem weird that I'm mentioning this, but you probably think it's weirder if you're watching from outside the United States. But this is the sort of thing we have to deal with all the time here. Like, some of the most powerful people in the United States claim to literally believe that. Like this guy. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anywho. Deposition. Like, these are core fundamental principles in geology. So it's good that we're talking about this. I thought Kirk Johnson was going to talk specifically more about how plant fossils form. But maybe he's not going to. Maybe I misjudged this. That's okay. This is still useful.
Be the case that land animals, even though it's geographically limited, it's still a good representation because that's where most life is going to concentrate anyway. Is that fair?
It's true. That's probably the case. But like, you're still going to miss the mountain goats and stuff like that, right? So
right. They still
it's
exist.
things that live only at high elevations, or even on the Great Plains. Some of those things do get preserved. Like the animals of the Great Plains are preserved because the Rocky Mountains came up, and all the sediment coming off the Rocky Mountains shed and buried things under river sediments.
Right.
And then that area is still coming up, so those river sediments are now being exposed. And so you have that kind of local D-world is a source of good fossils on continents. And we found an amazing site in Colorado in 2012 that was a lake on top of a hill at 9,000 feet.
Yeah.
And it filled up with...
Lake Tahoe. No.
No, it's that Snowmass ski area.
Snowmass.
It's right 700...
So Kirk Johnson came to Montana State when I was there during undergrad, and he gave a talk about this. This is when I think he was with the Denver Museum of Nature and Science, and he was leading the Snowmass excavation. They had mammoths and mastodons and ground sloths and camels and horses and all kinds of cool critters from the Pleistocene in this, what was once a mountain lake. It's just nuts. So cool. Andalucia, thank you for the Prime subscription. Really appreciate that. Hopefully our alerts will fire. Here we go.
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Andalucia, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. I appreciate you. It's good to have you here.
100 yards from the base of the ski area, there's a little 12-acre lake that turned out to have been an Ice Age lake that filled up between 120,000 years ago and 50,000 years ago. And we found 50 mastodons and 12 mammoths in this one little lake in 70 days of digging. It was an amazing thing. But that was a little tiny lake on top of a hill that was a little temporary bit of D-world.
Yeah.
And in the future, that'll erode away and go away. But we got it before it eroded away.
Wow.
Our timing was very good.
Good timing.
Yeah.
But over...
And that's true of any fossil that we find. It is a matter of timing, because we're finding these things because of erosion. Like, we're not just going in digging a pit in a random place. We're out there prospecting, looking for bits of fossil bone that are protruding out of a hillside, sticking out of the side of a cliff or the bottom of a gully or something like that. Nature is doing some of the excavation for us. It's exposing these things. Then we find them at just the right time when there's a little bit exposed, but it's not all gone. Then we dig in. So it's kind of always like that, where you get there at the right time,
Geological history, a lot of those have come and gone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because that's at the top of the hill. It's going to go.
Right. It's going to
Hills go away.
Hills
Mountains go away.
They're temporary.
Yeah. Never trust mountain ranges. They're undependable. They're rode away.
All right. You can't depend on them.
Yeah.
He's right. Yeah. And again, this is the sort of thing that, here's a link. It seems like a really cool series. That's the perspective that geology and paleontology give you, Yes, mountains are temporary. Lakes are temporary. I talked about this a little bit when I was when I went up to Tahoe years ago. We've got that VOD here. There we go. Yeah.
Get sediment in there. It tends to settle.
There we go. talking about like the natural life cycle of a lake.
Land in the Tahoe Basin. The lake itself takes up the majority of the surface area. And so the majority of rainfall or snowfall that occurs falls directly onto the lake. So it doesn't have a lot of opportunities to kind of wash over the land and pick up all kinds of crud, particulate matter, organic stuff, minerals. Most of it is just pure water that's falling from the sky directly into the lake. So that's one of the reasons for the lake quality and clarity. And another reason, like I said, is the extreme depth of the lake. So if you do get sediment in there,
thank you, Andalusia.
Way down to the bottom.
I appreciate that. Believe it or not, this is my full-time job. This is how I make my living, is, you know, streaming here on Twitch. I'm able to get my outreach done at the same time as my research and field work and everything else. I can get multiple birds stoned at once, so to speak, and you're helping make that possible with your support, so I really appreciate it. Thank you, Andalusia. Appreciate you.
And that means that Lake Tahoe is going to be around for a long time. Lakes don't last forever.
Here we go.
As they get filled in with water, you know, water runs into them, sediment goes into them, sediment collects, and eventually lakes get kind of choked out by sediment.
Yep,
You
they
know,
just
if you
get
have
filled
enough
up.
sediment deposited, eventually the lake disappears. It becomes a swamp or a marsh, and then it becomes a meadow. So if you've ever been in like a beautiful mountain meadow before, that probably used to be a lake at one point. Because Lake Tahoe is so deep and because the sedimentation rate is so slow, Lake Tahoe should be around for about another 3 million years, I've read. It's got a pretty long projected lifespan.
For a lake, yeah.
So we got to make sure that we really take care of it. Don't pollute it. Don't fill it with junk.
Yeah, important. And don't fill it with invasive species, too. That's a huge problem, especially in South Lake Tahoe. Yeah. There goes Tatspluk, yeah. And GrabNerd says, rivers, on the other hand, can last a really long time. A big river can, yeah. Yeah. Rivers tend to absorb other rivers if they're big. Yeah. A large river can last millions of years. It'll move across the landscape. It's really interesting how that happens. And this even happens on like a human time scale, where rivers, there have been certain towns where like there have been big disputes, like, well, shoot, where's the borders of our town now, because the river shifted its banks, you know? An oxbow lake formed as the river straightened out. And so, yeah, you get stuff like that happens very quickly from a geological perspective. But yeah. But one of the things that helps stabilize riverbanks is plants. Sending down their roots, holding the soil in place. That can reduce the rate of erosion and make it so that the river won't go totally crazy and really quickly change its direction or anything like that. You get the plants kind of providing a certain degree of stability to the landscape. Bringing things back to plants here. And there you go, Cacklinswerf. Oh, yeah. Cacklinswerf knows this well, being from the Netherlands. Anyway, let's get into some more plant stuff here. Here we go. This is pretty neat. So Kurt Johnson was talking about plants in Wyoming, which we'll be looking at in about a month and a half here when I'm back out there in the field. And maybe I'll show you some clips from that VOD, but here is some background. Check this out. Paleobotany Spotlight, time traveling with Wyoming's plant fossils from the University of Wyoming here. Take a look.
Wyoming is actually one of the greatest places in the world to look at the last 65 million years of Earth's history.
Yep.
My name is Ellen Carano, and I'm a paleobotanist. Plants are a perfect organism to look at how living things respond to changes on Earth's surface.
Yep.
I study fossil plants, look at them from different points in Earth's history, and see how plant life has changed. What I am really interested in are warm times during Earth's history.
Oh, and here, really quick point here that Stats Bloke is making that is worth repeating. Yeah, this is nuts. Let's see. Out in places like Wyoming, in the modern day, many of the prairie plants that you see out there have extraordinarily deep root systems, and they're really helping hold together the soil. They're reducing the rate of erosion. They're keeping things more stable. If you plow that under, you go through and you've got a big tiller machine. You kill all those native prairie plants so that you can plant crops. You're killing them, you're pulling up their roots, and then you plant crops that have extremely shallow root systems. Well, shoot, during a bad drought or something, they can dry up, and then the roots aren't there holding moisture in, they're not holding the soil together, and everything just blows away. And that's a big part of what caused the Dust Bowl back in the 30s. These, like, apocalyptic images of massive dust storms blowing across the plains, just wrecking places like Oklahoma and Kansas, Colorado and Wyoming. Well, they didn't get so far as Wyoming most of the time, but, like, you know, areas like this that have just been turned to cropland, just a few seasons of bad drought, and, like, you can get cataclysms like this because you've removed those plants that evolved in that ecosystem with the really deep roots, and it just destabilizes everything, you know? Oh, yeah. Anyhow. Is that why native replant efforts are important? That's one of the reasons, Maiko Taco. Absolutely, yeah. Here, we'll get back to our Wyoming fossil plants in a minute here. But, here. The 3D printer's making some noises. I need to go check on it. But, here, check this out. From the American Bird Reserve. So I've worked with this organization. I did a paleontological survey for them with Denver Fowler back in 2015 and 2016. Really cool organization where they're trying to do prairie restoration in Montana, trying to bring things back to the way that they were with these, you know, vibrant ecosystems. They're getting rid of invasive species. They're helping the native species to thrive. And they're just trying to bring back that biodiversity.
My name's Ellen Anderson. I'm a reserve assistant. I am really passionate about plants. Plants of any kind, grasses, shrubs, trees, wildflowers. A lot of the landscape you see in the backgrounds is called sagebrush steppe. In the sagebrush steppe, we have sagebrush plants that kind of dominate the area. But in the inner spaces, we have a lot of grasses, we have forbs. There's actually just a biological crust, so there'll be club moss, and then there's lichens, and a lot of rocks in between the shrubs too. There's a lot of variety once you get out of the car and start looking at a sagebrush steppe ecosystem. We do a lot of touring. Usually on the first day we do what we call land snorkeling, and so we'll just go out for a walk when the guests get here, and we look at grasses, we look at forbs, we look at rocks and plants. We've found meadowlark nests, killdeer nests. We often just walk at a very slow pace.
I love that phrase,
Usually
land snorkeling.
We get maybe a quarter mile at the most.
His stats book, yeah.
when you walk slowly, you get to pick up on those little parts of nature that you don't necessarily see when you're breezing right through it.
Yeah.
And a lot of our plants, what you see above ground is only a small proportion of what you would actually see below ground. So a lot of our perennial
root
plants
depth.
have roots that are 2 to 3 feet deep, but they only
Hey, Diagonal, welcome, welcome.
6 inches.
Glad you're here.
So it's often very deceiving what you see above ground compared to below ground mass. I think working for American Prairie Reserve at this point is very exciting because you're part of that building up and you're seeing native grasses come back, and it's really exciting to be part of that and then to show people that and think, wow, my grandkids are actually going to see like a native prairie functioning as it's supposed to. When we're done with this project, we should be around 3.5 million acres, which is actually 1 million acres bigger than Yellowstone. To see a prairie ecosystem functioning at this level is actually pretty amazing.
That's awesome. That's so cool. Mayor spaces fly over the overcrowded areas. This is what you want to see. Amen to that, you know?
I'm really excited to have my grandkids come back and see native grasses and a functioning ecosystem with wildlife on it.
Just incredibly cool. Yeah. What a venerable organization. I've got tremendous respect for American Prairie Reserve. And kind of on that same theme, again, before we get back to our fossil plants, if you're inspired by that kind of thing and you want to be able to appreciate a landscape like that, or just any landscape around you, but you kind of don't know where to start, you're like, well, shoot, I love nature and I appreciate it, but I'm a little intimidated. I feel like I don't know enough about this kind of thing, you know? What's a good way to get started? Holy cow, have I got a tool for you. Check this out. I've waxed lyrical about iNaturalist before.
My name is Sam Kieschnick. As a little kiddo, they called me Sam the Bug Man. Look at that. Isn't that
super
a
colorful orb?
spider?
It's an orb weaver, right?
Just beautiful. I am an urban wildlife biologist. So I work with people. I work with the people that interact with nature. We've got a bunch of them, a bunch of different species here. This one's a really interesting one. Look at this.
So the thing is, nobody starts off as an accomplished naturalist. Nobody starts off knowing the names of all these organisms, their ranges and interesting facts about them and how they interact and all of that, you know? I mean, you can sort of appreciate these things on a surface level, but if you want to appreciate them on a deeper level, well, everybody's got to learn that stuff. Nobody's born with that knowledge. This is a phenomenal way to get started, the iNaturalist application.
Yeah, this is one that you got to get a picture of. How's your?
And there you go, Dr. Absen. Yeah, biodiversity hotspot. Yeah, I can see that.
Sweet.
Sweet,
but that's all right. This is an interesting one. Whoa, that's actually a really cool catch. Look at that, the black saddlebags.
Thank you, Claire. And that's the same one? Argiope aurantia? Looks similar at least. There's a ton of different species that are all closely related. So I don't know. Let's see. It might be. Yeah.
Look at that, the black saddlebags. Gonna be perfect in your collection. I am bonkers about this tool. I'm bonkers about.
So they're in Texas, Pete B. I'm not sure exactly where. Any Texans in the chat?
I am bonkers about this tool. I'm bonkers about iNaturalist. For me, I get so much personal enjoyment out of it. And I've been using it every time I go outside. I have over 100,000 observations. I've been using this tool for a little while.
Yep.
I've identified about 600,000 observations for other folks around the world. So I just have so much fun using this tool daily.
I don't know if I use iNaturalist daily. If I'm on a trip or something, I will. But I feel like I've already logged a bunch of the species in my particular area where I live. But yeah.
It's a database. It's a social network.
iNaturalist is so cool.
It's kind of a way of life. I'll see an organism, I'll pop out my phone, I'll get out my camera, I'll take a picture of that organism, whatever it might be.
It is international,
I'll
Sasbook,
click
absolutely.
on the what did
Yeah.
I see, view suggestions, and this part is just mind-blowing to me. It compares it to millions of other pictures.
Yep.
And it gives me a suggestion of the common name prairie tea, or Croton monathogynus.
And it's not just telling you, oh, it is this thing. It's like, no, use your discretion. Here's some ones that might be similar. Look at your photo, look at this, compare, you know, and so you're constantly learning the whole time. It's not like, you know, oh, this is this thing. There it is. No, you're learning and using your human brain the entire time. It's not like AI where it like farts out an answer for you that's probably wrong. It's using like a machine learning algorithm to find, you know, other images that are similar to yours, but it's your judgment call. And you're learning along the way. And then afterward, check this out.
I'm going to select it, I'll save it, and now I'll upload it. And this is what happens. Look at science. Science is happening right now. And the beauty of this tool,
here we go.
Is when I post it, it allows other people to see that picture, see that data point.
And they ground truth it, essentially. Other people who are in your area or around the world, if they're an expert in a particular group of critters, they'll check your work. And they'll be like, I think you may have misidentified this. Or like, oh, you're right on the money. It's got to go past like a bunch of human eyeballs before it gets verified, you know?
And they can help me with the identification.
Yep. Incredibly
That's
cool.
One of my favorite things. I will be at home, you know, sitting in bed in my onesie, looking at the different pictures of bugs from Abilene to Albuquerque, from New Mexico to New Zealand. All over the world, I will be looking at the various engagements that people are having with nature. And I think that this one is a dusky grasshopper, Encoptolophus costalis. I don't really know how to say that word, but it's kind of fun to try. You want to go look for
Sounds like
bugs?
you got it right.
There are so many different things all around us.
And Cooper's Hawks. Yeah, I don't think they generally like to be around people very much, so that is cool, Grabner, that you got to see that. That's awesome.
And once we learn their names, it changes the relationship.
There we go.
And there's the fungus. Robergia albicedra is the name of this. A fungus that's found just on ash juniper. Isn't that cool? I'll take a picture of it.
And see, this is really useful for me because I don't know a lot about plants in particular. I know that's all what today's stream is about. We've got some people here in the chat who know a million times more about plants than I do. And we've got people in the chat who might know less about plants than I do. But all of us can use iNaturalist. And if I want to learn a lot more about plants, especially the plants that grow in my area, or if, like, I've done this before where, you know, I'm on a walk with Lordy and then we see a plant in somebody's yard and she's like, that's really cool. What is that? What if I want to get one of those for the yard? Be like, okay, let me iNaturalist it real quick. Let me log it to iNaturalist. We'll find out what it is, you know? It's such a useful tool.
Yes, snow on the prairie.
Hibiscus already knew what this was. That's awesome. Yeah.
Isn't that big? Isn't that a whopper? And this is Bombus pennsylvanicus, or the American bumblebee.
Nice. Native species.
Once we start seeing nature, we find that it's abundant.
Yep.
And
you start noticing it everywhere. I mean, I remember the number of times that, like, I've been out on a walk and I see a bird of prey overhead. I'm like, holy cow, there's a red-shouldered hawk right there on the light pole. And I'm like looking at this and taking pictures, and there's all these people walking past me just staring at their phones, and like they're just not tuned into that. They're missing out on that source of wonder in their everyday life. Something that could bring them joy and fulfillment, or at least stimulation, you know? I think this is such a powerful thing to be able to recognize and appreciate nature, even if you're in the middle of a city, you know? The number of red-shouldered hawks that I saw in urban San Francisco when I was working there, that was a consistent source of joy for me, you know, in daily life. I feel like so much of our modern society tries to divorce us from nature, you know? Like, oh, don't pay attention to, you know, all these marvelous creatures that we share our planet with. No, pay attention to media and consumption and advertisements and, you know, just consume, consume, consume. And that doesn't make people happy. It's not fulfilling. Like, at the end of the day, I feel like much of that just kind of makes people miserable. If they don't have a connection to things that are bigger than themselves, to the world around them. You know what I mean? Not to be too down on pop culture and stuff, but at least for me, it doesn't have the same kind of depth and beauty and profundity that nature does. You know what I mean? Anyway.
All around, all over the place. All right, flipping over some of these. Oh,
and that's very cool,
There's
Governor.
so many opportunities all around us to be engaged with nature.
Yep.
So by using this tool, I learn the names of these critters, and I start to see them all over the place.
I like that he uses the word critters, too, instead of life forms or organisms, you know? I use those phrases as well, but critters has a certain charm and a certain kind of, I think, non-threatening, almost like self-deprecating kind of ring to it. These critters, you know? Oh, these organisms. Like, yeah, that's a term that we use in the sciences, but I feel like critters is a lot more approachable, you know? There you go, Claire. Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
And I learn my names.
So I love that he uses that word
using
too.
This tool, I learn the names of these critters, and I start to see them all over the place. And I learn my neighbors, my natural neighbors.
There you
so
go.
by using the app, it's a teaching tool and it's a learning tool as well. So do you know the tarantula killers?
Yeah. Those wasps, holy cow. Gav says, I found iNaturalist and Merlin on the stream, and it's a game changer. That warms my heart there, Gav. That's awesome. I'm so glad. They're such useful tools. And it's an app on your phone that can bring you closer to nature. It's almost kind of like the opposite of almost every other app on your phone in that regard. It's so cool.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of the spider wasps, so it's in that same group, Pompilidae. Way to go, good call. Sarah, perfect, Sarah, that's awesome. I think that the app is a great way to engage with nature.
Yep.
It's also a way to engage with other people, other naturalists. Are you Jada? Hi, Jada, Sam. Nice to meet you. On iNaturalist, got your 1000th not long ago. That's great. And I think it's just that repetition. Like it's just the repetition works. Okay, but there are millions of users around the planet that are using this tool to engage with nature.
Yep.
So good. So the best way that I hold these guys,
We'll do a little walkthrough after this.
so I'll get just my two little fingers like this, like that.
Because you can use it on your phone, but you can use it on your desktop too, like in your browser.
Jada, you're a rock star. You're a rock star without even trying. You're a rock star. But look at this, the nose of it. I mean, it's just incredible. Right there, and that there's some concern that technology will keep us away from nature. It distracts us from nature. I don't know if the next generation of naturalists will get paper cuts on field guides like we may have. I think they're going to be using a tool like this. So this tool that I use with my phone, rather than being fearful of this device, I use this as a hook. This can be a hook to get people outside.
There you go.
Engaged with nature.
I mean, how cool is that? You know? All these kids with their dang phones. I know some young people, aspiring naturalists, who use this iNaturalist app, and they've learned so much from it, and it's engaged them with the natural world, and it's, honestly, it's one of the coolest hobbies you can have, you know? Anything that opens your eyes up to the wonder and majesty of the natural world around you, I think is such a positive thing.
We're using this tool to do that.
Yeah. Super, super cool. Here's a link to that video right there. Let's pull up iNaturalist. There we go. Here's my profile. Yeah. I don't really do the whole social part of it as much as I should. Holy cow, here's Pat Holroyd, whose publication record I was showing you the other day. This is my mentor from when I was in high school at the University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. Pat, I think, holds the record for the most observations within the city of Berkeley. Oh, here's Jim Parham here. Oh, anyway, yeah, Pat has got 22,641 observations, which I think might be, that might put her top of the leaderboard for Berkeley. She must have gotten a night cam, like a camera trap. It's so cool. I have skunks in my backyard. This is the same species, just a couple towns over. And here's Jim Parham, who is an expert on fossil sea turtles. CSU Fullerton, California State University. And yeah, favorite taxa? Leatherback turtle there. So here, let me log in real quick, and then we'll see if we can do some... Password. I don't log into this often enough where it automatically works. Different account. Hang on, sorry. Ah! Alright, which account is this? Is it this one? I've got multiple different email accounts, and I can never remember which... No, it's not that one. Alright, third tries the charm. There we go. Yeah, nice. So... this is from right here in my neighborhood. This is a monarch, a migratory monarch caterpillar on some milkweed in my neighborhood. So I took this picture, identified it, logged it, and then, yeah, I just said monarch, and other people are like, no, migratory monarch. More specific than that. So multiple people have logged in here and verified by hand this observation. It's a really popular clade, so... yeah, but what we can do is, here, leatherback sea turtle. Let's look at some of these sightings. Shows you a little graph where, like, different times of the year. You know, they're very rarely sighted in January and February. It starts to go up during the nesting season, and then it starts to go down. Steep drop off from August to September. Worldwide. How do I do this? Where's the different observations? Oh shoot, it's been since September since anybody logged a leatherback. And there's a carcass there washed up on the beach, but that is unmistakably a leatherback turtle. And this is from Massachusetts. I think I may have actually seen this on the news. But yeah, there's almost certainly a boat strike there. That is definitely a leatherback, so I can agree there. And that helps make this observation a little bit more robust. Yeah. And let's look at a list of these observations. You can get a little map here. So, as you can tell, there's very few of them, actually none of them, in the U.S. state of Nebraska. But you go to the coasts, there's going to be a few sightings here and there. Here's one. Off the coast of San Francisco here. There we go. Check that out. Beautiful photo that this person got. Good for you. Well done. Super cool. And this is such a rare species that people are really excited about it. So these 3 people just favorited this observation. I'm gonna do that too, actually. How do I favorite this? Let's see. Follow. Actually, don't know how to do that. Oh, I guess I clicked that. Okay, cool. But yeah. Anyway, iNaturalist, incredibly cool tool. Encourage anybody who's interested in nature, like, get yourself this app. It's free. And not only is it free, but once these observations become research grade, once enough people have verified this, they become research grade, which means it can actually be used in scientific studies. And there are a lot of different researchers who will use data from iNaturalist in their studies. So there are scientists who will publish papers using verified observations from iNaturalist as data in those papers. It's so cool. So I cannot say enough nice things about iNaturalist. It's yeah, just incredible. There's a link. Put it on your phone. Next time you go out for a walk, or if you're like, I don't know, if you have to take your car in to get your tires rotated, rather than just like sitting in that depressing waiting room. You know? You know? Rather than doing this, go out for a walk and see how many species you can log in the time that you've got to wait for your tires to be rotated or whatever. You know what I mean? You could be enriching yourself, learning things, developing an appreciation for the wildlife around you, having fun, all at the same time. It doesn't cost you anything. So there you go. Yeah. Hibiscus, yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. And what you learn about modern organisms also translates into the ancient past as well. It's all a continuum, you know? Modern biology, zoology, botany, mycology, these different fields studying modern critters. This will help you to understand the history of life on Earth. It'll help you to understand those fossil taxa. The same concepts that you learn about with these guys also apply to extinct animals and plants and fungi and everybody else. It's all intertwined, you know? It's all integrative. Yeah. Maybe people try out binomial key. Yeah, the, oh goodness, what are they called? The, not bilateral. What's... I know exactly what you're talking about. What's it called? Dichotomous key. Thank you, Dr. Hubs. Yeah. It's a D, not a B. Yeah, all this stuff. These are super simplified ones, but... And, like, there will be exceptions to these rules that throw you off and stuff. It's tricky. Oh, man. Anyway, back to fossil plants from Wyoming. This is good stuff. Let's continue.
Wyoming is actually one of the greatest places in the world to look at the last 65 million years.
And I'll be taking you there, chat, in about a month and a half.
My name is Ellen Carano, and I'm a paleobotanist. Plants are a perfect organism to look at how living things respond to changes on Earth's surface. I study fossil plants, look at them from different points in Earth's history, and see how plant life has changed. What I am really interested in are warm times during Earth's history. And so 50 million years ago, we had palm trees in Wyoming.
Yeah, the PETM, the Paleocene-Eocene Thermal Maximum. This is like a really vibrant area of research in paleontology today. Partly because we're trying to figure out like what happens when temperatures skyrocket on Earth. When CO2 levels go through the roof. It happened before, about 50 million years ago. We are careening toward that currently. What's going to happen?
It wasn't the sagebrush and alpine forests that we see today. It was more like, say, Florida. These plant fossils give us insight into where...
Reading palms at university. There you go. It is palm reading, but palms of plants. Yeah. There you go, Cacklinsworth. Yes.
Our planet is heading. So CO2 levels are steadily rising. We're probably interested in how is climate going to change, and not just temperature, but how is moisture going to change? How is rainfall going to change? And I think we're already seeing some of those changes.
True,
so
we are.
Really, what's happening today is you can think of Earth as being a time machine, and we're going back to what the conditions were like 50 million years ago. And so I go around.
And shoot, a lot of you, especially here in North America, experience, especially in the western part of the U.S., you experienced this just last month. Month of March, it's like the warmest March on record in a bunch of different states, including California. We had a crazy warm March, like bonkers. It was well over 100 degrees in a lot of places. We're seeing that climate change right before our eyes. We're not just seeing it change, we're making it happen as human beings by putting all these pollutants up into the atmosphere, emitting all these greenhouse gases.
To different parts of Wyoming that have fossils of these ages and look at what vegetation was like then. Last summer, an undergraduate and I were up in the Bighorn Basin outside of Powell, and we found this amazing site that is from a very abrupt interval of global warming that represents a...
Hang on. I can't quite... Is that Whitney? Is that Whitney right there?
You have in your pack to, be able to carry back specimens and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although, there's something about it. Maybe, I don't know how long a can of compressed air lasts.
I don't think it's very long.
Okay.
So here's Whitney, resident paleobotanist on our crew the past couple years.
Look at that. This one right here. Not quite as pretty, but they're there.
Yeah, they're there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it again.
Yeah.
That one's pretty nice.
Yeah. Yeah, look at this. You got the veins on it right there. And that's the counterpart right there, right? Mm-hmm. Excellent.
Okay. This is one we can... These two pieces are one we can wrap up.
Nice.
Now that they're out.
Cool.
Eventually we'll show her face, right?
Fantastic. All right, let's go wrap these up. I will put the camera down so I can help.
Here's Whitney.
So we get a lot of die-cut leaves, which are like this. This is like a leaf you'd pick up from a tree on the ground. Well, a leaf that was on the ground from a tree. Yeah. And the cool thing about these plants is that we can, measure the margins and how jagged they are, or the vein density, or the size of the leaf, or a bunch of other factors to learn about what kind of climates these plants lived in. Nice. And then we get a whole bunch of plants. We have hundreds of plants from this quarry, and then you get a really good picture of what plant life lived there and how diverse it was, and what water needs they had, and how much CO2 was in the atmosphere and oxygen. And we can get all that from these plants.
So, very cool. Is that Whitney here? Yeah, okay. Probably is. I think that's her. She worked with Ellen Carano. That's so cool.
That is from a very abrupt interval of global warming that represents 100,000 years, 54 million years ago. And so we're looking at what plants were like before that interval, then now we have these plants from during the interval, and then we'll compare them with what came afterwards as well. Finding that little layer that represents 100,000 years is really tough to do. I'm super interested in making connections with people all over the state who might have plant fossils on their properties and who would be interested in having me and my students come out and learn more about Wyoming's plant history.
Very cool stuff. Again, you kind of can't study fossil plants without learning a great deal about what ancient environments were like. Because plants, certain groups live in certain places and certain climates. And even when they spread out outside of their comfort zone a little bit, they modify themselves in order to be able to thrive. So even a given plant species, it might grow bigger or smaller leaves just depending on where it is. There's a certain degree of plasticity in the morphology of plants. It's really fascinating how this works, where in certain areas, a particular plant might not grow particularly high, you know, if it's not getting enough nutrients or enough sunlight or something like that, it'll still survive. But they kind of change a little bit. And what is this? Hang on. Yeah, sorry, we're gonna get rid of that. No Herald Entertainment Potter. Sorry, I'm sick of this stuff. Let's take that song out of there.
What is it? I don't know, but that cloud is a color I've never seen. It's a squall. That's no
Hang on a second. Music. Yeah, let's ditch that. There we go. Nice. Plants are like lizard spines? I mean, more so, Mayor Space. Wait, what? Huh. Anyhow. But yeah. Plants basically tell you what ancient climate was. They can give you clues as to the latitude of particular places at different times in Earth history as the continents are shifting around. You can tell, oh, well, shoot, we might be kind of closer to the equator here in, say, Illinois during the Carboniferous because, well, look, you've got all of these tropical plants here. Stuff like that. And also, plants can just have really interesting stories about them as well. I'll show you one of those examples here. The world's loneliest cycad. We were talking about cycads earlier.
This is the story of a plant, but not just any plant. It is the story of a plant that long, long ago once ruled the world.
Kind of. Cycads were very abundant during the Mesozoic. During the age of dinosaurs, these are some of the, I guess you could say they're some of the dominant terrestrial plants, whatever that means.
A plant that today is the very last of its kind. It's this plant behind me, Encephalatus woodii, E. woodii for short, and I've been looking after it for over 20 years.
And did a zebra escape diagonal? That's so funny. Oh, shoot. Yeah. They were in charge of the legislative branch. And there you go, Mayor Space, yeah.
E. woodii for short, and I've been looking after it for over 20 years. It was named for British botanist John Medley Wood, who in 1895 discovered it growing on a hillside on the coast of South Africa. The strange, handsome plant caught his eye, and he carefully removed a small portion of it and had it shipped all the way to London, to here, Kew Gardens, where it's been for the last 117 years. But its history goes much, much further back. You see, Encephalatus woodii is what is known as a cycad.
Yep.
And cycads have been around for 300 million years.
So about 60 million years longer than the dinosaurs. And they're still around. Dinosaurs are too, birds. But, yeah. I don't want everybody to get the idea that, like, oh, cycad, dinosaur plant, very ancient. Because the truth is a little bit more complicated than that. The modern cycads that are around today actually diversified fairly recently. I guess there had been, like, they took a big hit at the end of the Cretaceous, and even before that. And then only recently did the modern cycad species diverge and diversify. We'll talk about that in a bit.
As the millennium rolled on, cycads flourished, providing shade for triceratops, a perch for pterodactyls, and a tasty snack for brontosauruses. At one
It's just brontosauruses, plural, not brontosauruses. But anyway.
Point during the Jurassic, cycads made up 20% of all the plants on Earth and covered.
Yeah, I think by species that have been named anyway.
But every corner of the globe.
Yep, everywhere from Europe to Antarctica. Pretty nuts. Like, they were everywhere.
But the good times couldn't last forever. The dinosaurs went extinct.
Except for birds.
Ice ages came and went.
Except for birds. Actually, dinosaurs went extinct, except for birds.
New modern plants like conifers and fruit trees started pushing cycads out.
And that's not true, actually. There you go, Pete B. Yeah, there you go, Lordy. I think conifers might be older than cycads. As a group, at least. So it's not like conifers evolved and started pushing cycads out. They had been around together for a long, long time. So yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. I mean, yes, but we'll get into that. I've got another video about how well, actually, cycads aren't really, they're not truly prehistoric. We'll get to that in a bit.
New modern plants like conifers and fruit trees started pushing cycads out, and the once proud population of E. woodii were reduced and reduced and reduced.
And that's not true either, actually, because E. woodii, like, that's a modern species. This particular species doesn't go all the way back to the Mesozoic. It probably diverged from the other cycad species fairly recently. You can take a look here. Cephalarctos. That is a genus of cycad that I have actually in the backyard. I've got one of these. It's very small. There we go. Cephalarctos. It doesn't have a date on this. But, yeah, 70 species in this genus. Shoot. Sister species to Lepidozamia from Australia. And then you've got Macrozamia, also from Australia. Diion. Or Dioon. Ceratozamia. I think this is from South America. Dioon is from Central America. Yeah. Oh, and there's the ginkgos, or the sister group to cycads. What's crazy is that there we go. The cycads and the ginkgos are each other's closest living relatives. They're so different from one another today, like morphologically and most things. It's nuts that this and this are each other's closest living relatives. It's kind of bonkers. But that's only because these two are survivors. Everything in between has gone extinct. These are they're both members of once proud and diverse lineages that I'm sure they're still proud, but they're far less diverse nowadays. Anyway, let's continue.
Until there was possibly only one left, one single solitary E. woodii growing quietly on a hillside. Which brings us right back to John Medley
Interesting
Wood.
diagonal. That makes sense.
At the time, he had no way of knowing just how rare his discovery was. But expedition after expedition in search of more E. woodii have proved fruitless. You see, cycads are dioecious, meaning you need separate male and female plants to create a new one. And this one happens to be a male, a true lonely bachelor. If a female mate cannot be found, it really will be the last of its kind. To this day, researchers are still looking. After all, it's a big world and might just be a chance. In the meantime, he'll have me to keep him company.
There you go. Here's a link to that video there. But cycads aren't really ancient. They are my favorite group of modern plants. They are so cool. And because they... Maybe it's a result of a childhood growing up with various dinosaur documentaries like Walking with Dinosaurs. They had a lot of cycads in that. In fact, sometimes they just kind of throw them in like modern cycads into other environments. It's like, here's a bit of Mesozoic flora we're just kind of like plopping in here. See if I can find you a clip from the Ballad of Big Al, Allosaurus. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Cycads. They just threw them in here. See? Like, whatever environment this is, it's really difficult to find, you know, shooting locations for documentaries like this that don't have grasses. That's a perennial problem that they run into here. And here it's like this, you know, no grasses. That's a plus. But it doesn't really look Jurassic enough. Doesn't really look like it, like we've stepped into the Mesozoic. Let's throw some Cycas revoluta into here. The common sago cycad. It's really common in cultivation. This plant is just... It's burned into my brain, you know? I see this and I think Mesozoic because we've all kind of been trained to think that. So yeah. Yeah. But are they really, do they deserve the reputation for being particularly ancient? Let's listen to an expert on this. From the California Academy of Sciences.
Like so many people, I was drawn to cycads because they're really ancient. And I wanted to know, how did these plants survive for so many millions of years? And so I started looking at the DNA of these plants. And funny enough, instead of finding they were ancient, my research showed that they were actually quite young, and all of today's species are about 12 million years old. So it's kind of odd.
Yeah, really bizarre. So there must have been a big bottleneck, and then they diversified about 12 million years ago.
That I went into cycads thinking they were really prehistoric plants, but now found out that they're actually really young. But their great-great-grandparents lived way back with the dinosaurs.
Yep. So that's the thing, is that there's, as a lineage, they go back a long, long way. But so do conifers. You know, so do a lot of other plants. I guess angiosperms as a group are fairly recent, at least in the grand scheme of things. They go back to like the early Cretaceous. But the modern families of cycads, so again, going back to here in iNaturalist, the Cycadidae here, these living genera, Cycas, Ceratozamia, Encephalarctos, Diolon, and Zamia, and a few other ones like that, Lepidozamia. I guess all of these diverged pretty recently from one another. Stangeria, thank you, yeah. That's one of the most recently named genera, right, Diagonal? Yeah. So yeah, I think that's interesting, and it's really... It's fun and satisfying to say, oh yeah, these are plants that go back to the time of the dinosaurs, and you know, they're very ancient. It's a good story, people love to hear that, it's fun to tell that. But that might not really reflect what's really going on here. The modern radiation of cycads happened pretty recently, even if they do have fossil relatives that go back to the Mesozoic and earlier. Anyway, a lot of these today are endangered. Partly because they are such attractive plants, and they have this reputation for being very ancient. They have almost like a legendary status among anybody who knows about cycads is kind of fascinated by them, I think. Because it's such a cool story. And they do look... We've been trained to think of them as looking prehistoric, you know? There's a certain exotic, primordial kind of visual quality to them. You can easily imagine groups of dinosaurs walking around them and eating them. It's actually a thing that a lot of botanical gardens do. Well, they'll have like little models of dinosaurs that they put around their cycads. Because why not, you know? Much like tree ferns, you have here in this John Civic painting, cycads are like a quintessential Mesozoic plant. Back in the early 2000s, there we go. Here we go. Excellent. August 28, 2005, the New York Times published an article called The Cult of the Cycads. And that, I think, is paywalled here. The Cult of the Cycads. Yeah. Paywalled.
Access denied.
Really, really cool article about the dark underbelly of plant smuggling. People were committing felonies out the wazoo and paying tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars to smuggle in cycads from remote parts of the world for their personal collections, because people just become infatuated with these plants. There was like a thriving black market. Here's the full text, I think on the website of the author. Here we go. But it's a really fascinating read. People go nuts over these plants. This is the point that I'm trying to make here. And so this has actually resulted in many of those species are endangered now. So we look at this here. Here's cycads here on one zoom. You notice there's a lot of red leaves here. Red means endangered. Critically endangered for Encephalarctos equatorialis. Yeah. Extinct in the wild, Encephalarctos relictus. So many of these are endangered or extinct in the wild. So they really do need serious conservation work. And luckily, there are scientists who are working on that, including a friend we just met from the California Academy of Sciences in the last video.
I'm going to be leveraging science to help conserve cycads, and the way that I'm doing this is through DNA. Cycads are highly endangered. They're more endangered than any other group alive. In the past, I used rocks to study the past. More recently in my career, there's been a DNA revolution, and so now we can use DNA to study the past. I'm using it to explore the possibility of a new species, to look at the genetic diversity of each individual species, and even to provide guidelines to botanic gardens on what plants we need to conserve. One of my main projects right now is to look at all of the plants of an individual species and to find the genetic hotspots in those species. And so what we can do is then target those hotspots for conservation, because we don't know what's going to happen in the future, and our goal is to make sure we preserve as much genetic diversity as possible.
Nice. Here's a link to that video right there. A lot of the nuts and bolts work of conservation is just how many individuals of a given species are out there, and how much of a genetic bottleneck have they gone through, how much genetic diversity exists. You can't conserve a species until you actually have some information on how they're doing, you know? So that kind of basic scientific work is crucially important. And is that Nerdowino here in the chat? How you doing, Nerdowino? Howdy, howdy. Good to see you as always, Nerdowino. Hope you're having a good day. Here's a quick little intro to cycads. Since we've been talking about these plants, why are they important?
Often hear cycads referred to as dinosaur plants, and while these slow-growing plants do get portrayed being eaten by giant lizards in portrayals of our
They're not lizards, but sorry. This is a video about plants. We can excuse that, I suppose.
ancient planet, that's not quite the case. This is Dr. James Clugston. He's a botanist from the Royal Botanic Gardens, Sydney, and an expert in cycads. I asked him why people think that they're the same as plants that existed tens of millions of years ago.
Because that's what they've been told, usually. Oh, this is great.
Cycads are often referred to as dinosaur plants, but strictly speaking, that's not true. Because for something to be a dinosaur plant, it probably has to be
Well, it has to be a dinosaur, right? Plants are not animals. Well, in order to be a dinosaur plant, it's got to be... Like, what do you mean? What is a dinosaur plant? You mean a plant from the time of the dinosaurs? Maybe that's a common phrase in Australia, and I've never heard it, you know? Maybe that's the thing that everybody says there, but yeah, indeed. Well, actually, Pate B. That's kind of what this whole video is, but it's important. Yeah.
Cycads are often referred to as dinosaur plants.
Okay. I didn't know that. That's funny.
But strictly speaking, that's not true.
Maybe dinosaurs are cycad animals. There you go, Diagonal. Yeah.
Because for something to be a dinosaur plant, it probably has to be 60 or 260 million years old, which is...
265 million years is before the age of the dinosaurs, so
a long time. Now, cycads, what we know today and what we see around us, have only recently evolved in the last 10 to 12 million years.
And that means this group has only diversified within the last 10 to 12 million years. Which I think... It's probably separate radiations, because today cycads live on multiple continents. Here we go. So, Central and South America, a little bit in Florida. You've got the Kunti cycad, also known as the Kunti palm. It's not actually a palm. You've got them throughout the Caribbean. You've got them in Southern Africa and Madagascar. And you've got them in South Asia, and then bits of Oceania and Australia, and like Indonesia, Malaysia. Those archipelagos there. And also southern Japan. 10 to 12 million years ago, the continents were already separated like this, obviously. And so I'm guessing that the Central and South American radiation, that might be a separate one from what's going on in Southern Africa and Australia and Southern Asia. This is not a continuous range, I guess, is my point. So you probably have separate bursts of radiation, like you've got species diversifying, radiating out in the New World and in parts of the Old World. Because as far as I know, these seeds don't travel across oceans well, so it's not like... Yeah. I'm guessing there's several diversification events happening, that's my point. Mayor Space says they got one up on me. I only live on one continent. But you live on the part of the one part of that continent that's well, the one part of that country, I guess, Florida, where there are native cycads. There we go. Yeah. Zamia integrifolia. 50 cycad. This is the only native cycad species in the United States. In the continental United States, at least. You get other native cycads in places like Puerto Rico, which are just like a U.S. colony. But yeah, Zamia integrifolia. Yeah, the only cycad native to the continental United States. I'm hoping I get to see some of these growing in the wild in Florida when I go there next month, but we'll see. Anyway, GrabNerd says a crown group from the Paleocene makes sense from that map, and that could be the case. Like, I'm guessing cycads didn't do well in the KPG. Oh, this is cool. Look at that range map. Shoot, darn, that was good. Where is that? Here we go. Yeah, nice. So yeah, there's Zamia, which is a New World genus. I guess this is Dioan. It's from Central America. You get Encephalarctos down here, and then you get, I think, Macrozamia and Lepidozamia here in Australia, and then genus Cycas you get here in Southern Asia. Yeah. And Diagonal says the start of the Paleogene is the generally accepted radiation for the crown group. That makes sense. But some fossils of Cycas might be older. Interesting. Huh. When we say crown group, we mean the group that includes the living species. So you get stem groups, which are like, they might be diverging earlier, and they go extinct. There's no living representatives. Crown group means the group that includes those ones who are around today. Yeah. And cycadioid fossils, which may or may not be related to cycads. GrabNerd, that's the funny thing is... Yeah, things like Williamsonia up here. Yeah, these guys... Is this a Bennettitalian? Who is this? Yeah, they are part of the Bennettitales, an extinct order of seed plants. First appeared in the Permian, including shrub and cycad-like forms. They were once thought to be cycads, and now we realize they're probably not, as I understand it. The relationships of Bennettitalians to the other seed plants is debated. Oof. Their general resemblance to cycads is contradicted by numerous more subtle features of the reproductive systems and leaf structure. So they might be related to angiosperms, like flowering plants, and neophytes. Molecular data contradicts this, with neophytes found to be much more genetically similar to conifers. The exact position of Bennettitales remains uncertain. Anyhow. Yeah. And Diagonal says Cycas and Dioan. Is it pronounced Dioan? I remember hearing it once and trying to remember it, trying to lock it away in my brain. I want to say Dioan is how that genus is pronounced, but yeah. They're considered the two most basal clades for the crown group, sister to everything else. That would make sense. Yeah. That sounds right, says Pate B. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, Bennettitales. Cool group. Mysterious. You know, like, what are you doing? Bennettitales. Who are you? What? What are you?
What you doing?
I don't think they're related to Troodon. Yeah. Mysterious. Yeah.
Troodon.
And Dioun because the O's are pronounced separately. Dio on? Anyway. But yeah. And Mayor Space and Claire are giving good answers to Morphix. Which plants eat humans? Generally, that relationship goes the other direction. People eat a lot of plants. I certainly do, as a vegetarian. But yeah, I don't know. Plants generally don't go out of their way to eat people. So yeah, I think plants that are planted upon a grave site might be your best answer there. Anyhow, William Stoney might be known from the Potomac group. And yeah, this might even be like a weird grab bag of different critters, different plants. Yeah, within the form classification system used in paleobotany, Williamstonia is used to refer to the female seed cones, which are associated with plants that also bore the male flower-like reproductive structure, Weltrichia. So there's different names that have been applied to different parts of this plant. That's just kind of how that system works in paleobotany. But again, we were looking at that. Here. Oh, hang on. Why didn't that work? There we go. Yeah. But yeah, different parts of this same plant have been given different names, and apparently that's just how it works in paleobotany. That's something I'm not super familiar with. But again, really, really cool post here. This person does all kinds of neat paleobotanical stuff. Creates these references for artists. Super, super cool stuff. There we go. The bad ginkgo. How not to draw a prehistoric ginkgo. Don't do it like this. How to draw a prehistoric ginkgo. Ginkgo Huttonii, for example. Huttonii. Long shoots with leaves borne individually. Clusters of 3 to 5 usually leaves on short shoots. Zigzag twigs with gray-brown bark. Nice. So yeah. I'm so glad this exists for when I need to do some paleo art coming up this year. Very cool. Yeah. No, do it like that, Siske Hibiscus. What? And don't do what Donnie Don't does.
Don't do what Donnie Don't does. They could have made this clearer.
It's a knife.
No, they won't let you have any fun.
It's the same with ginkgos. And Archaeopteris. Yeah, there you go, Diagonal. Yeah. And then, yeah, Grabner. I'm aware. Yeah. And what's funny is that different plants like Zamides, which I think might have actually been in the illustration. Yeah, Zamides. We found a gorgeous one of these in St. George. It's got these beautiful fronds like this, beautiful leaves, these little leaflets. The name Zamites means like stone zamia. Zamia being a genus of cycad. Turns out these guys are probably not cycads, they're Bennetitalians. But yeah. Funny stuff. Yeah. Anyway, cycads.
Still very old, much older than we are, but that has to be 60 or 260 million years old, which is a long time. Now, cycads, what we know today and what we see around us, have only recently evolved in the last 10 to 12 million years. So they're still very old, much older than we are, but their lineage dates back around 270 million years. So they are old ancestrally. So what we would say is when we see dinosaurs eating plants like cycads, it's something that probably would have happened to their ancestors a long time ago. But these plants retain a lot of characteristics from their ancestors that we see in the fossil record. These things have incredibly complex genetic structures, far more complex than most mammals do. It's just all of this information they've carried on for a very long time. But what we do know about cycads is they've been subjected to multiple extinction events, including the KT extinction event that happened at the end of the Cretaceous period. This is encephalopod.
So we'll talk about that in a few minutes. The KPG extinction and its impact, no pun intended, on plants. Oh boy.
Latifrons. Now, this is actually a really cool plant and it has a bit of a sad history. So this occurs in South Africa and it occurs in these really distinct sand dunes. And this plant has very slow growing.
Sand dunes.
Really, really thick, spiky leaves. You don't want to fall in it, it would be quite painful. But in the wild, these plants take around 60 years to produce a cone. And then the female plant only produces a cone every 17 years.
Holy cow. So the male plant takes 60 years before he first produces a cone. And the female plants only produce a cone maybe after something like a 60-year span. Once they reach that maturity, they only produce that every 17 years. It's kind of like cicadas, I guess. So not a lot of opportunities for reproduction. Very slow growing plants and very slow to reproduce themselves.
This species is reproductively extinct in the wild. It will not naturally reproduce in the wild. So the only way we can reproduce this is within botanic gardens and artificially pollinating them. And this plant is critically endangered, but it's...
And they are K-selected species. Interesting that you've got that in plants, too, Diagonal. What's the plant equivalent of parental care? Or does that not factor in when we're talking about plants? Because when I think of R versus K selection in animals, parental care is kind of part and parcel. The whole thing. Yeah. And maybe this is just number of offspring. Is that the idea for plants? I don't know, because we often talk about advanced parental care, intensive parental care in K-selected species like elephants or humans or pandas. Whereas, like, you know, crabs, they produce, what, like 1 million offspring or something? And, like, bye-bye. There you go. There's 1 million of... Hopefully one of you makes it. You know? Little or no parental care. A number versus size of seeds. That makes a lot of sense. So that's similar to, like, you know, an elephant has one baby maybe every 5 years or something. That baby takes like a year or two to gestate. There's a lot of investment in that one baby. Whereas crabs are like, there's 1 million of you, you know, bye-bye, good luck. And they might do this multiple times a year or something. But yeah. And how do big seeds work in this context? Asked Grabnerd. Well, so with cycads, they've got these fruit that they produce along the female cone. There's these fruit, and they are highly toxic. Do not eat these; you could very well die. But there's big seeds inside of these fleshy fruit. Yeah. So I guess they're putting a lot of investment into each of those fruit. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. And hibiscus is not fruit. Well, fruiting bodies, or what do they call them in David Jones's book? Let's see. I guess fruit might imply, you know, like true flowering plants, angiosperms. Whereas, leaflets, leaves, stems and trunks, caterpillars, cones, seeds. Yeah, what do we call it a seed casing? What do we call it? We just say cone or seed, okay. I don't have the right lingo, I guess. Oh, hang on. 3D printer's about to run out of filament. I gotta go save it. There we go. Printing a tri-naked turtle right now. And I've got just about 2¼ hours left on this print. Just doing the front half of the animal, minus the head. Because the head is already done. Got that right here. So that'll be nice to have. Yeah. And Diagonal says if it develops from an ovule, it's a seed. Ah, okay. It's only a fruit if it forms from the surrounding ovary, which gymnosperms lack, hence gymnoseeds. Thank you, Diagonal. I appreciate that. Excellent explanation. Yeah. And strobilus? Strobilus? Is that the term? Let's see here. Sporangia-bearing structures densely aggregated along a stem. They're often called cones, but some botanists restrict the use of the word cone to the woody seed strobili of conifers. Okay. Although I normally hear cycad parts referred to as cones, so I'll probably keep saying that. But this is good to know, though. Thank you, Hibiscus. Yeah. Huh. Cool. Anyway, let's continue.
Not naturally reproduce in the wild. So the only way we can reproduce this is within botanic gardens and artificial.
So I think the reason why these can't reproduce in the wild, like somebody was asking about, is because there's too few specimens. And those that exist are not close enough to be able to naturally exchange genetic material. Like, there's too few of them and they're too far away from each other.
Pollinating them. And this plant is critically endangered, but it's a really cool one. It's a real iconic plant for cycad collectors.
In remote parts of New South Wales, Clugston and his fellow botanists from other botanic gardens around Australia and the
That makes
US
a lot of sense,
go
Diagonal, yeah.
hunting for
Makes a lot of
cycads.
sense.
When they
So what Diagonal is talking about here is basically like, you know, the level of parental investment in offspring. So like, yeah, things like coconut trees produce a few large seeds with lots of nutrients to help the baby palm tree, which is K selection. It's on this side of the spectrum. R selection is like quantity over quality. K selection is quality over quantity. So yeah, when I was thinking about this in terms of like parental care, of course that's going to confuse me because like plants aren't. If they do have parental care, it's not going to be in the same way that animals do. So it was kind of throwing me off. So that makes a lot of sense. R versus K selection is a really interesting kind of subject if anybody wants to read about it. RK selection theory. Here we go. And lowercase are capital K. Interesting. That's not K for Cretaceous. What is that for? K is the carrying capacity of the local environment. Okay, that makes sense. K for carrying. Just like K for Cretaceous. Great. Yeah. Anyway, if you want to read about it, there you go. Let's get back to this.
find an isolated population, they count how many are there, take samples of their DNA for study, and then use this information to understand just how threatened these species might be.
We were trying to find cycads that haven't been found for a very long time.
And Dr. Hub says the K is for German Kapazitat. Sorry, Kapazitat! Like my German pronunciation. That's just like the K in Cretaceous, despite Cretaceous being starting with a C. It's abbreviated as K in the geological timescale because it's from the German word for chalk, right? Which is Kreide. Kreide with a K. Yeah, there you go. Usually abbreviated K for its German translation, Kreide. Yeah.
Time that aren't found in botanic gardens, and they're in the wild, but their populations are decreasing in size due to natural occurrences. This could be removal from land due to farming, or increased fire regimes, or invasive species. So what we want to do is collect some of those and DNA from them, so we can keep them in botanic gardens, so we can represent them and create a conservation collection to preserve some of that diversity that's found in the wild. And then we're also going to look at the genetic diversity of these plants and find out how different they are from one or another, and is there any levels of things like inbreeding that could be affecting the long-term viability and diversity of their groups or populations in the wild? A couple of them are considered endangered according to the IUCN, but we use different criteria here in New South Wales.
I don't know, grandparent.
Threatened species in New South Wales, but not all of them at present. But I will say that that is subjective because the last surveys on these populations were done in the 80s. With plants like cycads, the seeds only have a viability period of about a year to about 2 years. So it means seed banking those seeds is just a waste of time. So in order to conserve plants like cycads, you have to grow them in the living collections of botanic gardens.
Oh, interesting. So the seeds don't have a long shelf life. If you want to keep these things from going extinct completely, even if they go extinct in the wild, if you have living ones in an herbarium, in a botanical garden, in captivity like that. I guess captivity is a term that we use for animals. In cultivation would be the botanical term. Am I right? My lovely plant people? Cultivation is the term that we use for that. It's like, oh no, these cycads have escaped containment. We no longer have them in captivity. Captive plants, exactly, Claire. Yeah. Oh, not an herbarium. Sorry, yeah, herbarium is. Yeah, those would be dead, huh? Good point there, Diagonal. Thank you. Arboretum or garden or, yeah, or a plant zoo. We're gonna go down to the plant zoo. Go feed some plants. Under human care. There you go, Golganek. Yes. They are wards of the plant state. They are... Wait, no, that's not the way to put it either. I'm getting all my terms mixed up. It's after 6 o'clock. This always happens. They're in the Hooskow. They've been sent to the big house. They're doing hard time in plant captivity.
Yes. So it means seed banking those seeds is just a waste of time. So in order to conserve plants like cycads, you have to grow them in the living collections of botanic gardens, like what we see around me today in the Royal Botanic Garden, Sydney.
Keeping cycads front of mind for visitors to botanic gardens might be helpful to highlight the conservation challenge facing these rare plants.
There you go.
It's incredibly important to document the species that we have and understand the diversity of these species, because if we have risks of extinction where you have organisms that are going extinct, everything goes extinct for a reason. And sometimes...
And he doesn't mean... I kind of hate how he said that. I know he doesn't mean this, but it could easily be interpreted as, you know... It's one of the lines from Jurassic Park that I really hate. Nature selected them for extinction. That's not how that works. You know, it reminds me of when we were up at Livingston. We used to have 4th of July celebrations there with the Museum of the Rockies field crews. And one time I helped dig a big pit to put an outhouse over it. Carrie Woodruff built an outhouse for the crew. They don't have flush toilets or anything out there in the middle of nowhere. And so he went and got some, you know, spare lumber. You could get free lumber if you know when to look for it in a college town. Because you would find these bed lofts that people had in their dorms, and then they'd throw them out at the end of the semester. Especially the end of the school year. So Carrie gathered up a bunch of these, and then we built an outhouse out of them. Or he built an outhouse out of them. But what was really funny is they had, like, writing on them in Sharpie. And, like, it was really funny because you could tell the ones from the girl dorms versus the boy dorms. Just, like, I don't know. There were really nasty, like, swear words and slurs and stuff we had to cross off on the ones from the boy dorms. But the girl dorms was, like, it's mostly much more pleasant, but sometimes equally inane stuff. Like, oh, everything happens for a reason. And so, like, you'd be looking at this as you're going to the bathroom in the outhouse. You're like, oh, that's nice. Yeah. But anyway, that reminded me of, like, that could easily be misinterpreted. Like, everything goes extinct for a reason. He doesn't mean that certain species are just destined to go extinct because that is the natural way of things. He's saying the opposite. He's saying that extinctions have causes. There are pressures that cause species to go extinct. And nowadays, in our modern world, the vast majority of those pressures come direct from us as human beings.
Understand the diversity of these species, because if we have risks of extinction where you have organisms that are going extinct, everything goes extinct for a reason.
Yeah. Makes sense. Nothing happens in a vacuum. There you go, Reality Ripple. Good way to put it. Very succinct.
And sometimes we need to understand why that's happening and why that's occurring. And documenting our history and biological history can help us understand diversity in the wild. Also, if we were to one day find a cycad, that some of the toxins that are found in cycads are particularly useful for humans, we might eventually have a cure for some unknown disease that might be very relevant in the future. And if we lose these...
I mean, that's the thing, is that we know that there are compounds that these cycads produce that have dramatic effects on the bodies of mammals like us. And anytime you find an effect like that, you know, like, say, Gila monster venom. Now, classic example. The venom of Gila monsters was instrumental in the discovery, the production of weight loss drugs like Ozempic. You never know what you're going to find. Stuff like this. Yeah. Maybe there's some sort of compound within these organisms. These critters are hiding these potential cures for human diseases, maladies, you know? You got to think about this kind of thing with rare species like this, especially when you know they have stuff that affects us in interesting ways.
In cycads are particularly useful for humans. We might eventually have a cure for some unknown disease that might be very relevant in the future. And if we lose these plants, we lose this huge gap in our ecosystem and understanding of how things relate.
Yep. Important. Yeah. Here's a link to that video right here. I figured to wrap things up for our discussion of fossil plants, I wanted to get into the KPG extinction. Well, first I want to give you a few more resources, like, if you're really fascinated by these topics, here's a cool talk from the Burke Museum. Yeah, what is paleobotany? What do paleobotanists do? Some good stuff right here. Benjamin Berger has a nice introduction to plants from the age of dinosaurs here.
At the plants that lived during the Mesozoic era and how they changed during this 252 million year span of time.
We didn't have enough hours in today's stream to go over all this stuff, so I at least want to copy and paste some of these URLs for you. But let's take a look at this video from PBS Eons, how some plants survived the KPG extinction. This will be our last video of the day before we wrap things up here. I kind of hope that this isn't quite like, I hope that today hasn't been too much like this.
So the next time you're walking on the beach, enjoying an hourglass, or making cheap, low-grade windshields, think where we'd be without sand. Sand! Sand!
Okay, that was the sand movie. Now it'll just take me a second to set up our next movie.
I hope this wasn't me today. All right, next, how some plants survived the KPG extinction.
It's cold and dark. Ash and dust cloud the air.
Temskia, yeah.
And you're stuck with nowhere to go. You can't run or hide or burrow deep underground. But you also can't just do nothing. You're a living organism, and survival is the name of the game. So what happens to you? This was the challenge plants faced in the wake of the asteroid impact that ended the reign of dinosaurs some 66 million years ago at the end of the Cretaceous period. And many of them didn't make it. Roughly 60% of all plant species went extinct. But the ancestors of
And again, that's a huge deal. I mean, like, anytime you get such a... Like, that's a huge L. They took there along with the majority of other species on Earth. That's why we call the KPG a mass extinction event, as we think it's over 50% of all species went extinct, probably a much higher percentage. Like, it definitely fits the bill for a mass extinction event. It's not marginal. Like, we can argue about the borders of, like, what constitutes a mass extinction, but the KPG, holy cow, that is a mass extinction event.
60% of all plant species went extinct.
Bonkers.
But the ancestors of plants we know today did survive. So how'd they do it? Well, for some of them, at least part of the answer may be hidden in their genomes. It's the legacy of a particular kind of mutation event, one that might only pay off in times of extreme environmental stress. And it affected many different plant lineages almost simultaneously, from the forebears of potatoes to lotuses to legumes. It looks like these ancient survivors doubled their DNA.
Yeah. Duplication events.
Today, angiosperms, or flowering plants, are the largest and most diverse group of plants on the planet. They represent nearly 90% of all living plant species.
But she's probably going to say they weren't even around until about halfway through the age of the dinosaurs, until the early Cretaceous. For half of their reign, except for birds, dinosaurs lived in a world without any flowers, without any grasses, I guess without any fruit. If fruit are derived from the ovum of a plant, then that is like an angiosperm trait by definition. If I'm picking this up correctly. Correct me if I'm not.
They first appeared in the fossil record maybe as
Hibiscus,
early as the mid-Jurassic period, and rapidly...
Although, that's very much disputed. I've talked to a lot of plant people, and they're like, yeah, everyone wants angiosperms to go back earlier than the early Cretaceous, but nobody's got super convincing evidence yet.
Radiated into all kinds of environments by the
ovary. Thank you, Diagonal.
And they're the foundation of most terrestrial ecosystems today, from rainforests to meadows to our farms, which grow mostly angiosperm crops.
Actually, we've got plant people in the chat. What are non-angiosperm crops? Are there any gymnosperm crops you can think of? 8B, yeah. Oh, you got it right at the beginning. Shoot. Pine nuts are the only ones that I could think of, really. Yeah. Brassica is definitely a flowering plant, Reality Ripple. Yeah. Pinyon pine seeds, Diagonal, there you go. Yeah. That's one I hadn't thought of before, Dr. Hebbs. Junipers. Gin is made from junipers? It is, but from what part? I don't know enough about this. It's flavored with juniper berries. But what is it actually made from? It is produced from a wide range of herbal ingredients. It's probably made from some sort of angiosperm, though, right? Primarily, like, the real majority of it is going to be made from something like barley or something, right? I know people associate it with juniper, but produced from a wide range of herbal ingredients. Yeah, so most of those herbs, most or all of those herbs. Yeah, barley or other grain, there we go, plus juniper berries. I think juniper's more of the flavor. Yeah. So anyway, it seems like nearly all of our food crops are angiosperms. Yeah. The juniper berries are modified cones. As conifers, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Oh, and ephedra, there you go. Yeah. Diagonal Mormon tea, as it's often called, right? Yeah. Although, that's also an angiosperm, isn't it? No, it's a gymnosperm shrub. Well, well, well. Huh. Cool. Neat. Here's a link. I didn't know this was a gymnosperm, a non-flowering plant. Mormon tea is, yeah, Mormon tea or Brigham tea. Yeah. Cool, okay. Well, I gotta remember that. Ephedra, My nuts. There's some people who make weird starchy stuff out of cycad parts, which is bonkers, but they figured out how to detoxify it. Good for them. And then ephedra. Cool. Let's continue.
The world just wouldn't be the same without them. And many aspects of their remarkable evolutionary success has been pretty mysterious for a long time. But over the last 20 or so years that we've been digging into their genomes, scientists have found a strange pattern that might be an important piece of the puzzle.
You've actually seen sago palm flower in some stores? That's nuts, Pateby. I feel like that's one of those things that's kind of tempting fate, you know? Like if they didn't do it exactly right, you could die. Or maybe you wouldn't die. It's not like pufferfish or something, but yeah, this seems dangerous.
Angiosperms have experienced many instances of whole genome duplication in their evolutionary history, which is exactly what it sounds like, ancient events where their ancestors duplicated all of their DNA. Now, these events are pretty dramatic and sudden, and they happen totally by accident. See, errors in the process of meiosis, which generates reproductive cells, end up leaving them with twice as much DNA as they should have. Then, when they fertilize other reproductive cells with double DNA, the offspring is what's called a polyploid, an individual with extra copies of its genome. And wherever we look in the angiosperm family tree, we see that living species come from polyploid ancestors that experienced multiple whole genome duplications in deep time.
And yeah, so Grabner says, I'm curious now if there's something about angiosperm biology that makes them really good at making nice, easy to digest carbs. I wonder if that has something to do with this tendency to do whole genome duplication. I wonder if this is particularly common in angiosperms, which allows for, if you've got twice as many genes, then suddenly you might have something like twice as many chances for mutation. So that might mean that it's easier to selectively breed that organism and get strong variations, pronounced variations, like, say, bigger fruits or like edible parts, stuff like that. I wonder if it has something to do with that. Just thinking out loud here. Yeah, but whole genome duplication happens in bryophytes and ferns too, says Diagonal. Okay. Yeah.
And this is way more common in angiosperms than any other group. Some lineages have even had up to 6 duplication events.
Whoa.
Now, this is a bit of a conundrum because many biologists thought that polyploidy should generally be an evolutionary dead end. Organisms shouldn't just be able to copy their genomes all willy-nilly like, and it often leaves plants with issues that make them a worse fit for their niche. So in theory at least, polyploids should be weeded out by natural selection over time, except these weren't.
Ooh, so what is it going to be, Chad? I think, again, one of the things we've talked about a lot, especially recently on this channel, is evolutionary bottlenecks, extinction events, making opportunities for certain critters to thrive, you know? When you've got a cataclysm that occurs and all your neighbors die, you can look around and go,
It's free real estate.
is that what happened here? Where polyploidy happened to just be like, well, there's no competition, so it turns out not to be a particularly detrimental thing?
Instead, they seem to have been rampant across flowering plant evolution. And in 2009, researchers comparing plant genomes noticed that the timing of these whole genome duplication events didn't seem to be purely random. They found a wave of them across angiosperms, all dating to around 66 million years ago, right at the end of the Cretaceous period. Was this just a coincidence, or could it be that individuals with double their usual DNA had a survival advantage during this time? While polyploidy usually...
Boy, I do kind of wonder whether it's like some groups got lucky, they happen to have polyploidy. It wasn't as much of a detriment because they weren't really competing with everybody in the aftermath of that cataclysm.
Comes with a bunch of problems. In the right environmental context, there are
friendly
also
creatives,
reasons to think it might be an evolutionary shortcut to success. That's because doubling the genome also creates a lot of adaptability and evolutionary opportunity.
more mutations.
Natural selection suddenly has all that extra genetic raw material to innovate with. It can
More grist for the evolutionary mill, so to speak.
repurpose redundant extra copies of genes and genetic pathways for entirely new roles, or use them to rewire existing pathways, changing how they work. Evolution is, after all, a legacy system. It works with what it's got, tweaking existing features rather than creating brand new features from scratch. So suddenly having twice the genome to play with can allow rapid adaptation in ways that weren't possible before. Polyploids may be less fit compared to non-polyploids when conditions are stable and the name of the game is being fine-tuned to fit a specific niche. But in times of environmental upheaval, like, say, the aftermath of a global mass extinction, they can tolerate a broader range of conditions, and so, suddenly, they have an advantage. And we have modern evidence that supports this idea too. Polyploidy seems to be especially common today in invasive plant species and those that live in stressful and unstable environments. It seems to help them find their ecological footing. Could the same process have been behind the ancient wave of whole genome duplications we see in angiosperms right around the end Cretaceous mass extinction? And if so, what kind of advantages could it have offered to help them withstand the cataclysm and adapt to the post-apocalyptic conditions? Well, in 2019, researchers in China published a new study claiming to have found some answers to those questions. They compared the genomes of 23 living species from across the angiosperm family tree, including corn, rice, and bananas. Using that data, they searched for duplicated genes in each lineage that could be traced back to around 66 million years ago. See, much of the duplicated DNA is gradually lost from the genome over time.
Makes sense.
This is usually the case if it's not doing anything important or is causing trouble. But if that duplicated DNA does provide some kind of advantage, like gaining a helpful new function, then evolution is more likely to keep it around. And what they found...
And again, like, there has to be selective pressure on something to go away from a genome, generally. Like, you get genetic drift, but, like, for the most part, you're not going to be, like, cleaving big parts off of your genome unless there's a reason to do it, unless there's some sort of selective pressure there.
It was pretty amazing. Multiple lineages of plants still had duplicates of similar genes that had come from that wave of polyploids that appeared at the end of the Cretaceous. This suggests that they experienced similar environmental challenges at that time, and they responded by evolving the same solutions from their pool of extra DNA. And many of those genes were involved with two processes: shade avoidance and cold tolerance.
Oh, well.
The long period of darkness and cold that immediately followed the asteroid impact would have been perhaps the biggest challenge for plants around that time.
So this is like a big filter event. Like, if you could make it through this, you're sitting pretty. But if you can't, your lineage stops there. You know? Sayonara. You're done for. That makes so much sense. Was it shade avoidance and cold tolerance?
And many of those genes were involved with two processes: shade avoidance and cold tolerance. Now, the long period of darkness and cold that immediately followed the asteroid impact would have been perhaps the biggest challenge for plants around that time. So this makes sense. Polyploids that could quickly adapt their genetic stress responses to darkness and cold using their duplicated genes may have gained a survival advantage. And the researchers found that those independently duplicated genes are actually still active. They can be found in the cold tolerance and shade avoidance pathways of many living species. The genetic tools that polyploids forged to cope with that cataclysm are still contributing to the ways their descendants respond to times of stress today. And it doesn't seem to have been the only time this happened in plants either. The scientists saw two other smaller waves of whole genome duplication in flowering plants on either side of that mass extinction. One occurred much earlier, around 120 million years ago in
this is around the same time that angiosperms really start to show up in the fossil
The
record.
Cretaceous, during the early evolution of two main groups of angiosperms. Many of the duplicated genes retained from this ancient wave were involved in water deprivation and salt stress, a possible consequence of the arid climate around that time. And the other wave was much more recent, within the last 20 million years.
And that is when the climate massively cooled. Yeah, around what, like the Oligocene, the spreading of grasslands across the northern continents?
The climate cooled during this period as carbon dioxide levels dropped.
Yep.
Duplicated genes from this event included ones for cold, salt, water, and wounding. We spend so much time talking about animals here on Eons that sometimes we forget how fascinating plant evolution can be.
And that's what I've been trying to cover today on Paleontologizing. I've got the same issue, where I'm always talking about animals, you know? I work on dinosaurs. This is what I publish on. This is what I dig up. This is what I love to talk about. But you can't really understand dinosaurs without understanding their environment. The plants that are helping drive their evolution. Vitally important.
And we're still just beginning to understand the role that whole genome duplication played in it. Plant genomes are often massive, messy, and hard to make sense of. But it seems more and more likely that rather than always being a dead end, whole genome duplication can actually be a shortcut to success under the right conditions. One that may have been key to the survival of many angiosperms during some especially plant-phobic periods of the planet's history. Perhaps for plants, in times of great stress and ecological upheaval, the more DNA, the better.
Very cool. Yeah, another excellent video from PBS Eons. Here is a link to that right there in the chat for you. I hope you enjoyed this today. I was excited for today's stream and just a little bit nervous because I'm not a botanist. I don't study plants. I'm fascinated by them and I recognize their importance, but I cannot really speak on plants with any kind of authority or even anything above like basic level of confidence. I don't know. I'm not a plant guy. But I don't want to be somebody who only talks about dinosaurs or other animals. And I know we've got a lot of plant people here in the chat, and I hope you're not particularly embarrassed at my botanical ignorance today. It's fun to talk about this stuff, and I hope you enjoyed it. I hope everybody else has got a newfound appreciation for the world of plants, both extinct and extant. And I hope that you've got an increased desire to keep extant plants from going extinct. Things like cycads, many of whom are declining in numbers. You need to appreciate these critters. Treasure them and conserve them so they can be around for another 300 million years. Anywho, with that said, let's wrap up today's stream. And let's put a saber-toothed cat under our credits, I guess. There we go. And we'll find somebody else to raid into. Hopefully somebody doing some science. Big thanks to everybody showing up in our credits. Here we go. Science Streams is on. Nice. We'll go hang out with Balint and... Is that Buster Brown there? Or maybe just Balint. Okay, cool. Don't go away. Please stick around for the raid. Balint of Science Streams is a geneticist and molecular biologist. He does super high quality science outreach here on Twitch. It's always a privilege to be able to hang out with somebody who knows so much more about a certain area of science than I do, so we're going to go hang out with him. Thank you to everybody appearing in our credits. From new followers and raiders to subscribers and gifters and cheerers, the people who make these streams possible through their financial contributions. Couldn't do this without you. Likewise to the moderators who keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. I couldn't do this without you, mods. Anyway, I'll probably be a little bit late to tomorrow's stream, I am guessing. And that's the 3D printer beeping. I gotta go check on it. Yeah, I'll probably be a little bit late to tomorrow's stream, doing some stuff in Berkeley. But I hope you'll join me for that. We'll probably do a Turtle Tuesday tomorrow. Anyway, take care, everybody. Let's go see what Belinda's up to. I'll see you around.